Yeah, no, there's no there. We'll talk about it obviously publicly, and we've got outside counsel who's I asked to prepare formal responses, and he'll read the response into the record. But none of it causes me any concern. Was Nico going to do the?
Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to call this joint meeting of the Santa Clara City Council and Stadium Authority Board to order. Confirmation of a quorum, Assistant City Clerk.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Welcome back. Confirming a quorum, and we have two council members for the record that are participating remotely, and that was Councilmember Jane and Councilmember Hardy.
All right, thank you. We have 3 items for closed session. City Attorney, would you like to read them, please?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, I'll read us in. Item 1A is conference with legal counsel regarding existing litigation, Seneca versus the City of Santa Clara in Superior Court, as identified on the agenda. Second item is a public employee performance evaluation for the city manager. And the third item is public employee performance valuation for the city attorney, including conference with labor negotiators with respect to that position, with the city's negotiation representatives as identified on the agenda. I will not, for obvious reasons, be participating in 1B or 1C. However, Sue Reuter will be available from my group to provide legal support if necessary. The agenda does indicate we're meeting in closed session in council conference room. However, I'm informed we will be meeting in Sparacino conference room instead.
Thank you. Is there any member of the public online? I don't see anyone here that would like to make a comment about closed session. Do we
There's
have
no one
anyone?
online.
No
None.
one's online? All right, we are going to adjourn to closed session. We'll be back at 7 p.m. for the regular council meeting. Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yes,
I
we can.
can.
And I can hear you.
Perfect.
Are we ready? City manager, you guys ready? Everybody ready? Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Santa Clara City Council Stadium Authority meeting. I'd like to call this meeting to order. Could you please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and remain standing for our statement of values? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
As we gather, we humbly seek blessings on this meeting. May we act with strength, courage, and will to perform our obligations and duties to our people with justice to all. Let us seek wisdom so that we may act in best interest of our people, our neighbors, and our country. All this we ask so we may serve our community with fairness and respect, putting their needs before all. Thank you.
Thank you. Please be seated. A roll call, Assistant City Clerk.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Before I take roll, I'd like to note for the record that in accordance with the Brown Act, Government Code Section 54953B, council members Jane and Hardy are attending tonight's meeting via audio-only teleconference. The location from where Councilmember Jane and Hardy are attending was included on the agenda for this meeting. Councilmember Jane, at this time, I would like to confirm that the agenda for this meeting is posted at your teleconference location and that this location is accessible to the public.
Yes, the agenda is posted and this place is accessible to the public.
Thank you. Councilmember Hardy, please confirm at this time that the agenda for this meeting was posted at your teleconference location and that the location is accessible to the public.
Yes to both of those.
Thank you. Please state also whether any members of the public are in attendance at your teleconference location. Shall anyone join you for this meeting? All votes taken during this teleconference meeting shall be by roll call vote. With that, Councilmember Board Member Gonzalez.
Present.
Councilmember Board Member Shahal.
Present.
Councilmember Board Member Hardy.
Present.
Councilmember Board Member Park.
Here.
Councilmember Board Member Jane.
Present.
Vice Chair Vice Mayor Cox.
Here.
Mayor and Chair Gilmore.
Here.
Thank you. The AB 23 announcement, members of the Santa Clara Stadium Authority, Sports and Open Space Authority, and Housing Authority are entitled to receive $30 for each attended meeting. Statement of behavioral standards. The City of Santa Clara has adopted a code of ethics and values and behavioral standards for public meetings to promote and maintain the highest levels of conduct. This includes mutual respect, robust discussion, and allowing city business to be done in an efficient and consistent manner. Please note that as the presiding officer, the mayor's and chair's direction in matters of process and decorum should be followed, and that use of the gavel indicates all conversations must conclude and everyone in attendance should come to order and attention. Welcome and thank you for your participation. For those joining us in the capacity of a registered lobbyist, we ask you to please identify yourself as such and disclose the clients and/or organizations that you represent. This is pursuant to City Code Section 2.155.110. Thank you.
Thank you, Assistant City Clerk, and I'm here to welcome everyone. This is our first meeting back from our summer break, so we have to get back into the swing of things again. This is going to be fun, right, City Council? Right. So for today's meeting, the council is back in person and is conducting its meeting in a hybrid manner. The public is welcome to attend in person, and the city continues to use a Zoom feature to allow participation from your home or office. Members of the public can still join via the link and/or call into the Zoom meeting phone number shown on the screen now. If you would like to speak on an agenda item or during public presentations, please raise your hand on the Zoom application or press *9 on your phone. Please only raise your hand while the item you're seeking to speak on is presented. Staff will enter your name or the last 4 digits of your phone number, and I will call on you to speak. As a friendly reminder, members of the public have 2 minutes to speak on an agenda item and 3 minutes on public presentations, and those are reserved for topics that are not on the agenda. Prior to each agenda item, staff will lower your hand to ensure that members of the public are seeking to speak on the appropriate agenda item. So we'll now move on to the council agenda. Reports of action taken in closed session, city attorney.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. For item 1A, as listed on the agenda, the Seneca case, there was no reportable action. I will defer to you, Mayor, on the other 2 items.
From item 1B and 1C, there is also no reportable action.
Very good, thank you.
Thank you. Now we have continuances, exceptions, or reconsiderations. Do we have any member of the council, staff, or any member of the public that has a continuances, an exception, or a reconsideration? Seeing none, do you see any, City Clerk? Okay, none. All right, we're going to move into our first special order of business. So I'm so honored to present for our first item. The city is honored to recognize the 80th anniversary of the National Liberation of Korea. Celebrated annually on the 15th of August, it commemorates the day when the Korean Peninsula was liberated by the Allies in 1945 from 35 years of Japanese colonial rule. This evening, we are honored to have leaders from the Korean community with us. Sang Deok Na, Deputy Consul General from the Consulate General of the Republic of Korea in San Francisco. Daniel Wu, President of the Silicon Valley Korean American Federation. I would also like to acknowledge Dr. Jonathan Kim, President of the San Francisco and Bay Area Korea Center. I would also like to acknowledge Jane H.J. Yu, President of the Heritage of Korean Independence, who is in the audience this evening as well, and my friend as well. At this time, I would like to invite Sang Deok Na, our Consul General, to the podium to say a few words. Please come forward, sir. Welcome. Yes, please, right there. We want everyone to see you at home as well. Right here on the microphone. Face me this way.
Thank you very much for your warm welcome. First, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the city of Santa Clara for adopting a proclamation in support of the 80th anniversary of Korea's independence. I also extend my heartfelt gratitude to Mayor Lisa Gilmore and then Council Member Kevin Park and other distinguished council members. Your tireless dedication and decommitment gives us a great meaning. San Francisco and the greater Bay Area holds a significant meaning for Korea's history. This is a region where Korea's past, present, and future come together. During the time of colonial occupation, the Bay Area served as one of the main centers of Korea's overseas independence movement. It was here that many visionary leaders rose up to fight for Korea's independence and liberation. Today, the Bay Area is also home to a vibrant Korean American community that enriches the diversity of American society. Santa Clara, in particular, is the city where a large Korean community thrives. At the same time, this region, which is known for being a global innovation hub, represents Korea's future, as many countless Korea's startups and entrepreneurs work here to build tomorrow. As a Korean diplomat, I feel truly honored and privileged to work in this beautiful region. I'm continually inspired by the open and innovative spirit of the people, and then the natural beauty that surrounds us. I'm deeply grateful to the city of Santa Clara for recognizing the significance of Korea's independence. Your recognition carries a great meaning to all of us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Consul General. Next, Daniel. Daniel Wu, would you like to come forward, please? Say a few words.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor Gilmore, distinguished members of the City Council, and fellow citizens. My name is Daniel Wu, President of the Silicon Valley Korean American Federation, and I have the honor of representing the Korean American community in Santa Clara. On behalf of our community, I wish to express my deepest gratitude for this proclamation honoring the 80th anniversary of the national liberation of Korea. 80 years ago, August 15, 1945, Korean people have emerged from decades of oppression to reclaim their freedom, a moment defined by resilience, courage, and hope, the values that continue to guide us today. For Korean Americans, this anniversary is not only a commemoration of our homeland's liberation, but also a reminder of our shared ideals that connect us to this great city and nation. Liberty, justice, and the belief that a united community can overcome any challenge. Here in Santa Clara, we have built a home where these principles guide our daily lives in our neighborhoods, our schools, and our civic engagements. We are grateful for this opportunity to contribute this vibrant, inclusive city, and for the respect and friendship you have shown to our community. To Mayor Gilmore, council members, and the people of Santa Clara, thank you again for honoring our history and recognizing the significance of this day. This honor affirms that our stories are meaningful and our heritage enriches the fabric of this incredible city. Let this spirit of togetherness guide us, Korean and non-Korean alike, to lift each other higher and forge a future of strength, unity, and pride in Santa Clara. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel. Dr. Kim, would you like to come forward, please? Dr. Kim?
Good evening, everyone. I'm Jonathan Kim. On behalf of the Jin-Deok and Kyung-Shi Kim Foundation and the San Francisco and Bay Area Korea Center, it is my pleasure to be here to celebrate the 80th anniversary of Korea's Liberation Day in Santa Clara City Council. Thanks to Mayor Lisa Gilmore and Council Member Kevin Park inviting us here tonight. This year is very special for the Korean community. We are commemorating the 80th anniversary of the Korea's Liberation Day and also celebrating 122nd anniversary of the first Korean immigrants to the United States. 122 years ago, 102 Koreans departed from Incheon arrived in Hawaii. Next, they moved to San Francisco to work. Because of the language barrier, they worked in manual labor. However, they gave generously to support Korea's independence movement. Dosan An Chang-ho and Pastor David Lee were Korean independence activists and leaders of Korean immigrant communities. March 23, 1908, Durham Stevenson was assassinated by Patriot Jang In-hwan, Jung Myung-eun, 의사, after he publicly claiming that Korea was better off under Japanese occupation. This instant triggered further momentum for Korea's independence movement. In more recent times, on October 25, 2012, Google changed the name of Dokdo from Dokdo Korea to Liangko Rocks. A White House petition was launched by the San Francisco Bay Area Korean community. We gathered 28,000 online signatures less than a month, and we sent them to the White House. Next, 100,000 petitions, 10,000 letters were sent to Eric Schmidt, former CEO and chairman of Google, and we claim that Dokdo is Korean territory and Dokdo belongs to Koreans. This was a testament to our unity and dedication to preserving Korea's sovereignty. 10 years ago, we installed the Comfort Woman Monument at St. Mary Square, and this was the first time in history that Korean, Chinese, and Filipino communities, along with the victims of all 13 communities, joined hands to create such a monument. Our intercultural alliance is very special. We hope that one day, all 13 nations whose women, girls, and boys were enslaved as comfort women and comfort boys may stand together as a symbol of justice for our future. Since then, a sister monument was erected in Seoul 8 years ago, another in the Nanjing Museum, China, 3 years ago. Last year, fourth monument was installed in Canada. These monuments stand not only for Korean history, but for human rights and women's rights worldwide. 샌프란시스코 베이에리아는 우리 독립운동제의 성지인 곳입니다. 샌프란시스코 베이에리아는 우리 한인이민 역사의 중심이자 맹주입니다. 샌프란시스코 베이에리아는 우리 IT 기업의 성지인 곳입니다. This year, as we mark the 80th anniversary of the Korea's Liberation Day, the San Francisco Bay Area Korea Center, the Consul General of the Republic of Korea, and over 80 community organizations across the Bay Area hosted this large-scale commemoration date, Saturday, August 16, 2025, venue Rotunda Hall, San Francisco City Hall, and City Hall Plaza. 항상 앞에서 끌어주시고 뒤에서 밀어주신 모든 한인님께 머리 숙여 감사 말씀드리겠습니다. And thank you so much for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Chen. Jane, did you want to say something? Please come forward if you'd like. Yes, you may.
Dear members of City Council and Mayor Lisa Gilmore, I would like to express my deep gratitude for the official declaration of the 80th anniversary of the liberation of the Republic of Korea today. The significant decision by the Santa Clara City Council is an official recognition of our Korean community and its history made possible by your dedication and efforts. Through this historic moment, we have the opportunity to reflect anew on the meaning of liberation, heal the wounds of the past, and move forward towards the future. This declaration will serve as an important occasion to commemorate the contribution of the Korean community as a part of the American society. Once again, I would like to thank everyone who has joined us on this historic occasion, and then I hope that with your continued support and cooperation, our community will grow even stronger. Thank you.
Thank you, Jane. And our last speaker we have is Rosa Kim. She's a trustee at the Fremont Union High School District. Rosa, welcome. And for those who don't know, there's part of Santa Clara that's in the Fremont Union High School District, Cupertino High School, so welcome.
Yes, exactly. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council members. Yes, my name is Rosa Kim. I am a trustee for Fremont Union High School District, and today I'm speaking in a personal capacity. First, thank you so much for commemorating the 80th anniversary of the Liberation Day of Korea. It is deeply meaningful for the Korean community to celebrate this day with the broader city community. As a former teacher and principal of Silicon Valley Korean School, the biggest Korean language school outside of Korea, teaching students about our Korean American ancestors' contribution to Korean independence was a very important part of my work. It helped our students build a positive cultural identity and pride as Korean Americans. Our Korean American ancestors worked incredibly hard and sent most of their earnings to the Provisional Korean government to help secure Korea's independence. It was a great sacrifice so that their next generation could live proudly as Korean Americans. They also established political organizations which coordinated activities and advocated for Korea's independence on a national and international stage. They fostered a strong sense of Korean identity and community in the U.S., providing a base for the independence movement and countering anti-Asian racism. This legacy and strong will need to be shared with our students so they can become better citizens who serve their community. And this commemoration is exactly aligned with that work. Thank you again for recognizing the dedication of our Korean American community and for celebrating the history of our diverse communities for the benefit of our next generation. Thank you.
Thank you, Rosa. So before I ask people to come up for a photo, Councilmember Park wants to say something.
Yes, I was going to ask for a point of personal and perhaps general privilege to address the Korean people who have come here tonight. I'm going to be honest with you. When I asked that this proclamation, when this commemoration come before the City Council in Santa Clara, I owe much of my knowledge about liberation and of history to Dr. Jonathan Kim from the Bay Area Korea Center. I think I've been to San Francisco more times in the last week than I have in the last year. But again, it's because of the work of the Consul General and especially Dr. Kim for making sure that Koreans remember the history that brought us here. I mean, I remember going to the Bay Area Center even before it was complete. I remember when we had fundraising because we had a leader in the community who wanted a building, and he did all the work to get it done. And I'm so happy that we have a place to meet in San Francisco. I know that Korean people have been in the Bay Area for over 120 years. In fact, we've just celebrated, I believe, the 122nd anniversary of Koreans being in the Bay Area. And what a lot of Koreans don't know, and most people from the United States don't know, is that the Korean liberation movement did not start in Korea. It started here in the United States, because the United States is the one place that we had the freedom to think about our liberation. And I tried to say this at the San Francisco event, but I know that the thought for liberation started the minute that they hid the light away. And I think it's fitting that it's the Bay Area, San Francisco, Ferry Building, where the spark that brought the light back occurred almost 120 years ago, that led to the liberation 80 years ago. This is a big anniversary. I don't think people realize, and I realize this, which is I have taken many of the things that we have done for granted. But if we had not had that moment, I would not be here today. In fact, a lot of you would not be here today as well. I think that Santa Clara, it's the second largest group of Koreans at least in Santa Clara County, right after San Jose. I think it's fitting that Santa Clara, where we are pursuing a sister city with Icheon Salcheon, that we are pursuing a friendship city. I see Dr. Koo back there. I see also Mr. Choi from the Senior League. These are all the people that are helping to work for our sister city. I also know that almost 20 years ago, there was a movement in the city of Santa Clara when we had many more Korean restaurants and Korean stores to name a portion of our street on El Camino and Lawrence, Koreatown. And even though we can see that name on Google Maps, it's funny, Google seems to change the name on a lot of things at their will. It is not an official designation, and I think that with our sister city, with the relationships that we have, with the acknowledgement of the size and the power of the Korean community, that maybe we revisit something like this again. I would like to thank the Consul General for being here. In fact, I just saw the Consul General at another event earlier today, so I'm very, very happy that you have come down from so far to be with us in this very short gathering. And I'd like to thank all of you for coming. I think, Mr. Che, and maybe Dr. Koo, you have something that you would like to say. I'd like to hear if you could have just a few small words. Okay, well, I think that's Angela, that's Mr. Choi's daughter, so maybe she can come up. Right, again, these are the leaders in our community who have, I mean, they brought me to San Francisco over the weekend, so I want to thank you for that.
Hello, Angela. How are you?
Good. How are you, Mayor?
Good.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you for having me up here. I will be speaking on behalf of President Kyung-Soo Choi of the Silicon Valley Korean American Senior Citizens League. I am the Executive Director of the Korean American Senior Citizens League, and I will be speaking for him on his behalf this evening. Good evening, Honorable Mayor Gilmore, Council Member Kevin Park, distinguished council members, Honorable Consul General Im Jung-taek, and Deputy Consul General, who is here on his behalf, community leaders and friends. My name is Angela Choi, and I serve as the Executive Director of the Silicon Valley Korean American Senior Citizens League. It is a true honor to join the Mayor and Council of the City of Santa Clara this evening as we commemorate the 80th anniversary of Korea's liberation. 80 years ago, our ancestors regained freedom after long hardship. Today, we celebrate not only Korea's liberation, but also the friendship between Korea and the United States, and the strength of the Korean community here in Santa Clara. Over 30,000 Korean Americans live here in this county, contributing to education, business, culture, and public service. Our history in the Bay Area is deeply tied to the Korean independence movement, where leaders like An Chang-ho and many others carried the dream of freedom from San Francisco. On behalf of the Silicon Valley Korean American Senior Citizens League, I want to express deep gratitude to the City of Santa Clara and the Council for recognizing this important history. A special thank you to Councilmember Kevin Park for his leadership and effort in bringing this proclamation forward. Because of your efforts, our community's history continues to be honored and remembered. I also wanted to add that I believe our senior citizens should have a place to lead the community, honoring all they have endured, leaving their homeland and beginning anew in America, a land of opportunity and hope. As we all grow older, it is important to keep supporting one another, building community and lifting each other up to live our best lives every day. Let us continue working together so future generations may take pride in their heritage and build a stronger, more united community. Thank you and congratulations on this meaningful occasion.
Thank you, Angela. All right, I'm going to have another speaker before we take our photo. Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, happy Liberation Day celebration. And, you know, United States is a country of immigrants, and we all immigrated from different parts of the world. And your contribution, your community's contribution towards the upkeepment of United States is a lot. Just like my community from India has given a lot to United States. So this means a lot, like this diversity, this economic power we bring, and we contribute towards the economic conditions of the United States. It makes a lot of sense, and it's such a good thing that our community itself supports all the diversity over here. And what does liberation means? You can imagine just compare the two Koreas, North Korea and South Korea. Where is South Korea economically right now? Where is South Korea on human rights right now? Where is South Korea doing, what is South Korea doing worldwide, connecting with other countries? So that is what liberation brings, basically, and that's what we should be proud of, and we should be safeguarding the liberation and these democratic values into the worldwide, basically. And let me tell you another fact. 15th August 1947 is also Independence Day of India. So we share that day with the, Korea, like 15th August Day, we share with you. And once again, happy 80th anniversary of your liberation. Thank you.
Thank you. So again, thank you for being here and your continued contribution and support of our community, especially here in Santa Clara. I've gotten to know many of you very, very well, and I appreciate, on behalf of the city, we appreciate all that you've done to make our community a better place to live and work. So I'd like to ask, I don't know how we're going to do this, but if you would come forward, I have the proclamation to present you, and we'll do our best to get a photo. We'll do our very best. So if you'd like to come forward, please, especially everyone who spoke, please come forward. And then we'll fill in with the rest of the community as well.
Good to see you. Thank you. Yeah. Good to see you, Councilor. Thanks for coming. I appreciate it.
Are we staying up or going down?
I think we can stay up.
Yeah, I think so.
Mayor and Kevin go.
All good.
What's that? Oh, yeah, we should. I feel like I should be near you guys. This chair be in the middle there. Scoot it back, Lisa. You have lots more room. Oh, shoot.
Thank you so much, everyone. Let's give a round of applause for everyone. And you're welcome to stay for our next special order of business. The city is honored to recognize August 24th, 2025 as the 34th anniversary of the Ukrainian independence. Ukrainian Independence Day commemorates the Ukrainian Declaration of Independence of 1991. It's a day to recognize democracy in Ukraine and celebrate its heritage and culture. This evening, we are pleased to have the Ukrainian National Women's League of America with us. This league is the largest Ukrainian women's organization in the United States, with branch 107 located right here in Santa Clara. Their mission is to promote educational and cultural efforts and provide humanitarian assistance to Ukrainians worldwide. We are honored to have Olesy Korosh, Consul of Ukraine from the Consulate General of Ukraine in San Francisco, and the President of Branch 107 of the Ukrainian National Women's League of America, Irina Anpilogava, and I'm sorry if I didn't say that correctly, here today to accept the proclamation. We also have Tom Pike. Is Tom here? Somewhere? There he is. Okay. Director for Congressman Ro Khanna with us today to support the proclamation and the Ukrainian National Women's League of America. At this time, I would like to invite Olesy and Irna to the podium to say a few words. Please join us. Thank you. And you certainly can correct my pronunciation, please. Welcome.
Let me start. Dear friends, my name is Alexei Horosh. I'm Consulate of Ukraine here in San Francisco. First, I'd like to say thank you to the American people for your continuous support of Ukraine. And I'm not talking about some abstract people. I'm talking about the hardworking people of the city of Santa Clara. I'm talking about the city council. I'm talking about Mayor Lisa Gilmore. I'm talking about UNWLA Branch 107 and all organizations, all activists involved in this very special moment in honoring Ukrainian independence. Let me say a couple of words about it. Our modern state is 34 years old. It stands on a strong foundation from Kievan Rus in the 9th century to the old Ukrainian language, the Syriac alphabet, the trident, our symbol, the grivna, our currency. The name Ukraine has been known since 1187, 12th century. As many times before in our history, the peaceful progress of an independent Ukraine was trigger for Moscow. When political and economic pressure failed, the aggressor resolved to aim conflict in 2014, and again with a full-scale invasion of February 24, 2022. These days, every citizen's freedom, every voice, every choice is on stake. Even under the greatest hardships, Ukrainians have always defended their freedom and homeland. Our fight is not only for the territory, it is for the very survival of our nation, our culture, our future. Ukraine will endure, Ukraine will remain free. Thank you. Slava Ukraini. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Honorable Mayor Lisa Gilmore, dear City Council members, on behalf of Ukrainian National Women's League of America, I'd like to thank you for issuing this proclamation for us. As Alexei said, that for Ukrainians, it's not just a formal gesture, it's a great sign of support that Ukrainian people need this time. Ukrainians they are fighting for freedom, for survival, because Russian Federation is a threat not to Ukraine, but also to all civilized world. And thank you so much for supporting our people this time. Thank you. Slava Ukraini.
Thank you so much. Thank you for being here and for your continued support to the Ukrainian community, especially here in the United States. Could you please join us up here and anybody that's with you for a photo? And we can present you with this proclamation. Let's move on.
Plus, somebody else wants to.
No. All right, thank you all. Thank you so much for coming. We very much appreciate it. We're going to move on now to the actual council meeting. The fun's over. All right. Next item on the agenda is a consent calendar. All items are approved with one motion, unless an item's pulled for discussion. Do we have any items on this consent calendar to be pulled for discussion? Councilmember Jane. Councilmember Jane, you're muted. You're muted.
Yes,
There you go.
I need to recuse on item 3J, a Mills Act, as the residence is less than 1,000 feet from my home. And then I would like to pull item 3I on the smart meters contract with Elster.
Okay. Is there anyone else that wants to pull an item for discussion? Any member of the public? All right, do I have a motion to approve the balance of the consent calendar?
Motion to approve.
Oh, wait, I'm supposed to call on people. Councilmember Chahal.
Oh.
I got to get back in the swing of things.
Just for the motion.
What's that? For the motion? Okay.
And I will second.
We have a motion by Councilmember Chahal, second by Councilmember Park, to approve the balance of the consent calendar with the exception of item 3I that's pulled for discussion, noting the abstention of Councilmember Jane on item 3J.
Councilmember, Board Member Gonzalez.
I think, City Clerk, we have to get back in the swing of things.
Yes, of course.
We have to repeat the motion.
So the motion on the floor is to adopt the balance of the consent item with item 3J recused by Councilmember Jane, and Councilmember Jane pulled item 3I.
Thank you.
Councilmember Board Member Gonzalez.
Yes.
Councilmember Board Member Shahal.
Yes.
Councilmember Board Member Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember Board Member Park.
Yes.
Councilmember Board Member Jane.
Yes.
Vice Mayor, Vice Chair Cox.
Yes.
Mayor and Chair Gilmore.
Yes,
Thank you.
that passes unanimously. All right, next we have public presentations. Those are reserved for items not on the agenda. City Clerk, Assistant City Clerk.
I don't have any cards at this moment.
Oh, okay. Go ahead, please.
Kevin Moore, I'm speaking as a volunteer and a trail enthusiast. I got Teresa O'Neill here with me, who's also does a lot more bike riding than I do and is in much better shape. Last time I spoke on this issue, the first time that we brought up the Creek Trail, Lisa and I were on the Parks Commission in 1990-something, and we actually had a committee that studied the Creek Trail, brought it to the City Council, and then the Rod Dearden and the County Board of Supervisors formed the San Tomas Aquino Saratoga Creek Trail, and it was great. So more recently, I've had people asking me, what's going on with the trail. I've done some research. About 10 years ago, maybe 10, 12 years ago, things weren't going super the way that I thought, but now the staff is doing a great job. Ralph Garcia, Michelle, Michael Liu, Steve Chan, Carol Shariat, and Nicole He are all on with the engineering, public works, doing a great job. I got to meet with them. And the council, of course, everybody up here is supportive of things. So I met with the new Parks and Recreation Director, Damian Sparacina, who's very smart. City staff here has been nothing but wonderful. They know how important the trail is. So I'm here tonight with Teresa, who we used to walk the trail, never got poison oak, but we'd go way down in there, especially at Maywood, and look into different areas of the trail that wasn't done. So now the staff's doing a wonderful job. I ended up talking to Supervisor Otto Lee, and Susan Ellenberg staff about possibly forming a Calabasas Creek Trail to do some, to make sure that we continue things going. As you know, some projects take longer than you hope. They just go slow, and it's good to have that support. So tonight I'm asking, and then you have Janice O'Call,
who is the consultant for the city. She's outstanding. We worked with her many years ago. But today, I'm asking the council consider sending a letter to Supervisor Otto Lee and to Supervisor Susan Ellenberg to consider forming a Calabasas Creek Trail Committee like we did with the Santa Moschino. There are tons of reasons. We brought in a lot of money. The city, you can't afford to pay for everything. The bond went through, thank God. You guys are doing a great job with that. But I think there's some opportunities for us to study some of the areas that weren't studied and to partner with some of the high-tech companies and the businesses to be able to get the trail going. It should be eventually going from Stevens Creek up the expressway as well and other spots. So tonight I'm just asking to see if it'd be possible if the council would consider sending a letter or going through staff or letting me know what we need to do to get a letter of support like we did so many years ago before we got the Santa Moschino Creek Trail.
Thank you. Can we just refer that to staff?
Yes. Thank you.
Okay, by
Thank you.
consensus, we'll refer that to staff. Thank you very much. Anyone else here in the council chambers? If not, we have Wanda. Go ahead, Wanda.
Hi, yes, I'm Wanda Buck, Mayor and Council. I want to thank you for your time, which is so precious. I know you're overloaded, yet I bring another issue to you. I am advocating for our older adults. I am concerned about their needing more support. With sadness, as you know, we have lost Grant McCauley, who was so special and giving to our city in many ways. The meeting was closed last night in memory of him at the Senior Advisory Commission. And I'm asking for your attention to the recording of that meeting wherein staff spoke and brought to attention that the suicide rate among older adults is over 16% in our community. And the positive part of what is being done there for the health and wellness program is to address mental health at the senior center. So I think that that is really wonderful. And it's not a complaint. The supervisor there is just excellent and caring, but there's only a minute to talk if you do visit it. And we used to have the council come for years, someone represent monthly, even if just checking in on Zoom for a while. I don't have enough time to discuss the concerns that we have and the things that are different than before that make it a hardship for seniors. So I want to bring that to your attention. The minutes, unless we make a motion, you just see the agenda. And I'm sure you want to know what's going on. And everybody's getting older. So once again, please consider listening to that and addressing more for our seniors. Thank you.
Thank you, Wanda. Thank you for pointing that out to us, and we will listen and watch as well. Thank you. Do we have any other public presentations? I don't see any. Anyone else here in the audience? All right, seeing none, we're going to move to consent items pulled for discussion. We had one item pulled by Councilmember Jane, which was item 3I. So item 3I is... Oh, it's a long one. Action to delegate authority to the city manager to execute Amendment 1 to the system maintenance agreement with Elster Solutions LLC for energy access management system and negotiate and execute future purchase orders, agreements, or amendments for future equipment or services and ratify previous payments exceeding council authorization. Councilmember Jane, could you tell us why you pulled this item?
Yeah, so the agenda item doesn't actually express my main concern. It's not actually listed here. It seems that this agreement started in 2010, and then it expired in 2015, but payments continued on this contract, but they were never approved by council. So now staff is asking for authority. Basically, this money has been paid, but now for council authority to retroactively authorize the payment of $375,000 to cover service between 2015 and 2025. My concern is how many other instances do we have like this? And I was pleased to see in the staff report I'm going to read from it. The city does not have an automated system to track cumulative contract expenditures, which makes it more difficult to manage. To improve the city's ability to track cumulative expenditures and reduce the risk of oversight under current manual process, the purchasing division is working to implement the procurement contracts module within the city's financial management system. So I'm pleased to see that we are actually moving forward to something that will perhaps prevent future issues like this. And then my actually question to staff is that this contract covers upgrades, software upgrades and everything. And it says $300,000 for professional services, training, testing, grade support. So I've been asking about Green Button Connect, and these meters need to be capable of supporting Green Button Connect. So that is my question. Does the contract include that?
City Manager?
Sure. Mayor, members of the City Council, Javon Grogan, City Manager. Council Member Jane, a couple parts to your question. Just at a high level, you did recap a number of components of this contract, but it is a contract for our advanced metering infrastructure that was installed several years ago, and council did approve a contract for its installation and a master services agreement in 2010. That contract did expire, and the work was completed to the tune of $7.4 million in 2015. There were additional annual software maintenance and licenses that were paid out on an annual basis. I think we've brought a number of these before the council. As we go through and we're doing audits and cleaning up, purchasing primarily within SVP, there are a number of items that we're bringing forward for cleanup, and this is one of those items that was treated as regular routine because the software was authorized, but the annual software maintenance and licenses agreements were not authorized. We do have our finance director, Ken Lee, who I know has been working on this issue for several years, and I'll turn it over to Ken to address that question, and then we'll bring it back to me to address the Green Button Connect question.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, City Council. Ken Lee, Director of Finance. Appreciate the question, Councilmember Jane. And you bring up a very good point, and just wanted to elaborate on what City Manager Grogan had stated regarding our purchasing system. And so several years back, we did identify that the process for tracking and maintaining kind of the controls on contracts and purchases are done manually. A lot of the spreadsheets within different departments. We did have a consultant, a professional consultant, come in and review the process, review our financial system, and recommend changes to the configuration of that system. Those changes were brought before the City Council earlier this year, and the council did approve those changes. Those are underway. We do have a consultant on board as we speak in the system, configuring, taking a look, and so that upgrade is underway. The goal here really is to go live with that in middle of calendar year 2026. So that when those improvements are implemented, it is designed entirely to prevent items like this, to prevent payments from occurring when that contract authority doesn't exist. So in the meantime, we have been reviewing on a manual basis to some of the expenses, and as we do, we bring them back to the council just for full transparency for the public on some of these purchases. I'll turn it back to City Manager. I know there was a second question there on Green Button.
Sure. With regard to Green Button Connect, council may recall that there was a contract that was approved a few meetings ago specific to Green Button Connect. I believe it's a product offered by Siemens. That said, this software is not related to Green Button Connect directly. It does provide infrastructure that allows the meters to communicate back to the offices, but it is not the software for Green Button Connect that was approved a few meetings ago.
All right. Is there any member of the public?
Mayor.
Is there any member of the public? Wait a minute. Oh, go ahead.
I just wanted to make sure that since these meters have to connect with our system on perhaps a 15-minute interval. I want to make sure that these meters support whatever is required for Read Button Connect.
Yes, that is true.
Thank you.
All right, is there any member of the public that would like to speak on this item? Anyone here? Anyone online? All right. May I have a motion, Councilmember Jane?
Yes, motion to approve staff's recommendation, items 1, 2, 3, and 4.
Second.
We have a motion by Councilmember Jane, second by Councilmember Gonzalez to approve staff recommendation on this item. City Clerk, when you're ready, you can repeat the motion.
Motion on the floor is to adopt staff recommendation, items 1, 2, 3, and 4.
Item 3I. Right? Yes. Okay. Any other comments? Okay, go ahead.
Councilmember Gonzalez.
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal.
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember Park.
Yes.
Councilmember Jane.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Cox.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes.
Thank you.
That passes unanimously. Thank you very much. We're now moving on to item number 5. Item 5 is a public hearing, action on a resolution of necessity to acquire certain real property interests on 3508, 3520, 3530, 3540, and 3550 Bassett Street in Santa Clara from the owner of record for purposes of implementing the Silicon Valley Power 115 kV transmission line project. I will declare the public hearing open and refer the matter to the city attorney for a brief introduction. City
Madam
Attorney.
Mayor, thank you. Thanks, Madam Mayor, members of the council. As you know, this item is one in a series of this type of action that council's been asked to consider in order to implement SVP's 115 kV transmission project. It is a public hearing, and I believe we actually have a representative of the owner here tonight, either in person or remote, to present their issues and their perspective on this matter. There was a letter sent by the owner's legal representative, Ms. Emily Brow, that was forwarded to all of you in advance of this meeting, and I believe copies have also been distributed to you on the dais. That should be considered part of the record of the proceeding tonight. City staff's presentation will be provided by SVP's Electric Division Manager, Ali Jackman. We also have our outside council representative, Gail Connor from Miller Starr, available to answer questions and respond to any issues presented. With that, I'll turn it over to Ms. Jackman. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, and members of the public. My name is Ali Jackman. I'm the Electric Division Manager overseeing system expansion for Silicon Valley Power. Tonight, we're here with an action on a resolution of necessity making required findings for properties along Bassett Street for the purposes of implementing the Silicon Valley Power 115 kV transmission line project. Getting into a little bit about the background and scope of this project, this is a new 115 kilovolt transmission line that's going approximately 2.24 miles from the northern receiving station to Kiefer receiving station. You can see in the map on the right there, that's the selected alignment shown in blue. It runs along Lafayette, Bassett, and Duane. This project is necessary to accommodate our load growth and maintain system reliability. It's going to transfer additional power from our new CAISO 230 kV line that's coming in at NRS in 2028 and redistribute those loads. It will increase our system operating limit to 1,300 megawatts. Without this project, we would be limited to 819 megawatts. We are currently at 60% design complete. The project has been in front of council several times before, more recently on November 12th in 2024 for the adoption of our CEQA document, our MND, and the selected Route A approval. That route was selected based on overall feasibility, the least impact to residents and businesses, least permitting constraints, ability to meet the schedule, flexibility in power delivery, and ease in maintaining our system, as well as reduced construction disruption to the public. Route A does require easements along the southern segment of the alignment, which is shown in the dashed blue line on the right image. There are 20 parcels that we are looking for easements. So here's a quick little snippet of the easement acquisition process. There's several steps in order for us to acquire an easement. First, we send a letter to the property owner that the city will appraise the easement area. After that, we complete a fair market appraisal value. We send initial offer of just compensation to the property owner. We then negotiate with the property owner. After this, we obtain city council authorization to execute a purchase and sale agreement for easement acquisitions. During this time, we continue to negotiate with the property owners. And when those negotiations reach an impasse, we will come to City Council to adopt a resolution of necessity to authorize the commencement of the eminent domain process. This process can take approximately 24 months, and pending the final determination of the value, the city has the right to obtain an order of possession for the property and commence work in approximately 5 months' time. So why are we here specifically today? The subject property and easement area is for 5 properties along Bassett. It's properties 3508, 3520, 3530, 3540, and 3550 Bassett Street. We are only here today with one resolution of necessity and public hearing, as there's unity of title and use and contiguity between among the parcels. These parcels are all part of the same campus. We have been working with the property owner for over 9 months in negotiations. Our initial offer letter was sent on November 13th of last year. We received a counter offer back in May, and it was declined in the end of May as well. The offer was about 4 times our appraised value. We did also receive a counter offer earlier this month, just last week, for almost 3 times our appraised value, which was also denied. And then more recently, this morning, we did receive a letter from the property owner's legal team. And I want to note, just as City Attorney noted, that we have Gail Connor, our city's outside legal counsel, on the line to respond to the items brought forward in their letter during our public hearing. There was a final point in the lawyer's letter that was received that the summary basis of appraisal that accompanied the offer letter was, the summary basis of appraisal accompanied the offer letter that was sent to the property owner on November 13th, which is also included as an attachment to this report to council and the packet that you have on your dais. In order for us to meet the project timing and implementation requirements, we are now saying it's necessary to consider eminent domain. There are several required steps in order to move forward with this process. First is to make an offer and purchase to the property owner of the record based on an appraisal. Then we engage in good faith negotiations. If that impasse is reached, we schedule a hearing on a resolution of necessity with a minimum of 15 days notice to the property owner. We then conduct the public hearing, which is why we're here today. We'll consider all testimony presented and adopt a resolution of necessity making all required findings. And then also, it's always important to note that the RON hearing only establishes the matters set forth in the findings, and the issue of just compensation or payment is not up for discussion tonight. So that brings me to my resolution of necessity findings, which I do need to read verbatim to enter into the record. The public interest and necessity require the project. So this project, the 115 project, is necessary for our system expansion in order to increase our capacity to 1,300 megawatts. Without it, we will be limited at 819 megawatts, which is not sufficient to meet our current projected electric loads in the city. The project is planned or located in a manner that will be the most compatible with the greatest public good and the least private injury. Our evaluation team conducted a comprehensive analysis using potholing, GPR, among other methods as well. We did an in-depth analysis, and we were trying to determine the best feasible route. This route was selected based on overall feasibility, least impact to residents and businesses, the least permitting constraints, our ability to meet our schedule, flexibility in power delivery, ease of maintaining our system, and reduce construction disruption to the public. Finding 3 is that the easement area sought to be acquired is necessary for the project. This overhead easement at these properties on Bassett Street is necessary for the technical needs of the project. It is in with the alignment of the selected route, and mostly the route will be built within the public right-of-way. However, there's easement area that's needed adjacent to the public right-of-way to accommodate maintenance of the transmission line as well as the blowout from the electrical conductors. Finding 4, all environmental review required by law has been prepared and adopted. The M&D and MMRP were adopted by City Council back on November 12th of 2024 by resolution. Finding 5. The offer required by Section 7267.2 of the Government Code has been made to the owner of record for the full amount established as the fair market value of the property. On November 13th, 2024, we did make an initial offer to the owner of record to acquire the easement area with a value that was determined by an independent licensed appraiser. And finally, finding 6. Notice of this hearing has been given in accordance with Code of Civil Procedure Section 1245.235. On July 23rd, 2025, a letter was sent to the owner, including notification of the public hearing and consideration of a resolution of necessity for tonight. And the request to be heard documentation was also included as an attachment to that letter. That brings us to our recommended action. Consider all written and oral testimony presented at this public hearing. If you're satisfied that the information presented supports the required findings, adopt the resolution of necessity in the form presented to acquire the real property interests identified at 3508, 3520, 3530, 3540, and 3550 Bassett Street, making the required findings. And it's important to note that 5 affirmative votes are required for this resolution of necessity to be approved, and that staff will, of course, continue to negotiate with the property owner for the voluntary acquisition of this easement. And that concludes staff presentation, and we are available for any questions.
Thank you so much. At this time, we will have questions from the council for staff. Reminder, these are questions only. Do I have any council members that have any questions only? All right, seeing none, at this time, we will move on to public testimony. Each member of the general public wishing to testify will have 2 minutes to speak. However, if you have ownership interest in the property that is the subject to this proceeding, or you are authorized by someone who has such an interest to represent them, you will be provided 5 minutes to speak. So I see we have one hand up, Emily Bro. Emily?
Yes, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great, thank you. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council members. My name is Emily Bruff. I'm an attorney at Jackson Friedman PC, counsel for HGIT Bassett Campus LP, owner of the properties at issue in this proposed resolution of necessity that is before the council tonight. As the city attorney noted, my office did submit a letter this morning outlining the owner's objection to the resolution of necessity. I won't repeat everything there, but in summary, the legal standard under Civil Code Section 1240.030 is not met here because there's no evidence showing that these particular properties are necessary for the proposed electric project, nor is there evidence that Silicon Valley Power presently intends to move forward with the project after condemnation. In addition, owner is unable to identify with precision the portions of the properties the city seeks to condemn, as the electric project's description in Silicon Valley Power's offer of compensation is lacking in detail. It's labeled, quote, preliminary, quote, end quote, and, quote, not precise, the maps of the description. The city has a legal duty to adequately describe the property subject to condemnation for the proposed project prior to moving forward with this resolution. Finally, Silicon Valley Power's pre-condemnation offer to the owner fails to comply with the mandatory requirements under Government Code Section 7267.2, and that the summary basis for the alleged value is inadequate and in any event wholly deficient and undervalued. Owner therefore respectfully requests the City Council vote against adoption of the proposed resolution tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other member of the public that would like to speak? All right. Seeing none, I will now return to both SVP and legal staff. Is there anything you want to clarify or add for the record? City Attorney?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. To the extent legal issues have been raised by the letter and by the public testimony presented by Ms. Brow on behalf of the owner, I'd like to refer some of those issues presented over to our outside counsel, Gail Connor, who I believe is participating remotely and is prepared to address those issues. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Gail?
Thank you, Madam Mayor,
honorable council members. My name is Gail Connor. I'm outside eminent domain counsel for the city for this project. Let me begin with the last legal point that she raised, which was the adequacy of the appraisal summary statement that was delivered in support of the offer of probable compensation. The appraisal summary statement complied to the letter with the requirements of the Government Code Section 7267.2. The appraisal was prepared by a state certified appraiser. The summary statement included the required information under the Government Code section, including the date of valuation, the highest and best use of the property, applicable zoning of the property, and the principal transactions upon which the appraisal was based, together with other information necessary to understand how the appraiser arrived at his number.
We're having a hard time hearing you, Gail, during parts of it. If you could get closer, thank you.
I'm so very sorry. The question of whether the amount of the appraisal and the amount of the offer was adequate is not before the council tonight, and so I won't speak to that. The issue of whether there was evidence that the public interest and necessity require the project was addressed in the staff report that you just heard a moment ago. The objection to that was simply a conclusory objection that, well, the public interest and necessity doesn't require the project, but you've been provided with no evidence from the property owner to counter what you just heard from staff. Similarly, the argument that the property that is being acquired under this resolution of necessity isn't necessary for the project was again addressed by staff, and there's been no evidence presented to counter that. Finally, this issue of whether the proposed project is planned or located in the manner that will be the most compatible with the greatest public good and least private injury, I would refer you to the law on that issue. There is a presumption that the right-of-way selected by the city is the proper right-of-way. Now, there's a two-pronged test here, and it is that it has to be compatible with the greatest public good and least public injury, and that if there's a challenge to that, there has to be a showing that another site would involve an equal or greater public good or least private injury. We've heard no evidence tonight that there is an alternative location that would be compatible with the greatest public good and least private injury. Again, the letter just simply concludes that it's not, with no evidence to the contrary. That was all I wanted to add. If members of the council have further questions, I'm happy to respond to them.
Madam Mayor, if I might supplement that a little bit. Thank you, appreciate that. I do want to add and point out that in addition to public testimony provided by Ms. Jackman and comments by Mr. Connor, you have the staff report, which has a substantial amount of additional information that also rounds out the record and is very much in support of the findings that you're being asked to make tonight. Regarding the project and the fact that, or the argument that there's no evidence or indication that we're proceeding with the project. As you all know, we're very much in the midst of implementing this project with design, acquisition, and a number of other activities that I think are both represented by staff's public comments, and in the RTC. Finally, just to augment the selection of this process, as you know, there were significant presentations to you in evaluating what the best site was for the project, and very much part of that were the impacts that there would be, on the public in choosing one particular design and approach over another. And so I think the history of your processing of this project as described in the staff report and by staff all very much go towards the findings that you're required to make. So I agree with Mr. O'Connor. The statements that are made are really conclusory. They don't offer any contradictory evidence, and I believe you have a substantial record that I'm comfortable with you relying on from a legal standpoint in proceeding on this item. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. So before we go into the council deliberations, further questions, any action, I'm going to ask if there would please be a motion to close the public hearing. Councilmember Jane?
Yeah, I had my hand raised to close public hearing, but I did have a question.
Okay, we're going to close the public hearing first. Is there a second? Second by Councilmember Gonzalez? Was that a second, Councilmember Gonzalez? Yes. Yeah, okay. So City Clerk, could you read the motion back, please?
The motion is to close the public hearing.
Close the public hearing. Councilmember Hardy, do you have a comment on closing the public hearing?
No, I also have a question for the attorney, so.
Okay, that'll be after we close the public hearing. I'll call on you both. Okay. Motion and a second to close public hearing.
Councilmember Gonzalez.
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal.
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember Park.
Yes.
Councilmember Jane.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Cox.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes, and that passes unanimously. Thank you. So I had two hands up, Councilmember Jane, followed by Councilmember Hardy.
Yeah, one of the attorney for one of the property owners said that the drawings were imprecise, or they indicated some sort of preliminary outline of what would be taken. So I wanted to understand if you could comment on whether those drawings were imprecise or what the law require, how precise the law requires us to be.
All right, and Councilmember Hardy, you had a question as well?
Yes, I did. I had two. First off, I saw that the word condemned was used in the letter from the attorney for the owner, and my understanding is this is just for a easement. I would like either City Council or Mr. O'Connor to comment on that. And also, the claim was it was undervalued. I know that the amount is not in question right now, but I understand that they are, the owner can do their own appraisal. I want to know if that was done. I was not clear on that. Thank you.
Thanks. I don't see any other hands. Staff, you want to answer those before we proceed?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I might triage some of that. My understanding that the description of the property included very specific metes and bounds, description of the proposed easement, area that was to be acquired. And so I don't think there was the imprecision that was suggested by Ms. Brow. And then after I answer some of these questions, I'll refer it over to staff or Gail to supplement as necessary. Member Hardy, the term condemn and eminent domain are often used interchangeably by folks, and you can condemn or exercise eminent domain authority with respect to a fee interest in property if that's necessary, or an easement interest, in property. So either one and either term is applicable. Our approach typically, because we want to have the least impact possible on the property. If we only need an easement interest, we'll acquire an easement interest, and so that's what we're doing here, and it's consistent with, again, our responsibility and the findings that are necessary, to acquire only what's necessary and have the least amount of impact, that's possible. And then the issue, the question you raised regarding undervaluation, as you pointed out correctly, ultimately, value will be determined either in negotiations that we again will continue with and hope to achieve successful outcome on with the property owner for the value of the property, and barring that, if it proceeds to litigation, ultimately it will be determined by a jury or a judge depending upon the process. You asked if the property owner had availed themselves of their right to conduct their own appraisal. I'll have to refer to staff on that, and I'm getting a nod that in fact they did avail themselves of that, and that's some information that we have and certainly will evaluate in part of our negotiations with the property owner. Anything staff wants to add to that, or Mr. Connor?
Yes. Thank you. Yes, we understand that they did obtain their own appraisal. We have not seen it because they had a number of conditions for sharing it with us, and we didn't agree to those conditions. And so they have an appraisal, but we haven't seen it. Let me just also go back to the description of the land being taken. Attached to the resolution of necessity, as well as attached to the original offer and summary of the appraisal, are plat maps, but there's also meets and bounds descriptions that define precisely where the easement will go. And those meets and bounds descriptions are tied to the plat maps, so that you look at those two elements and it's very, very clear precisely where the easement will be.
All right, is that it?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, and all this information, of course, is in or outside the public hearing as part of the record of the proceeding.
So I want to make sure that I read these two notes before we go further. Number one, state law requires 5 votes to approve this item. Number 2, this hearing is for purposes of considering whether or not council can make the required findings to proceed with eminent domain. We are not deciding tonight on what the appropriate value for the property is. That will be determined either through negotiations or failing that at trial by a jury. So, Councilmember Park.
Yes, I have a couple of questions. I mean, the first thing that I've heard is that there is no evidence to the contrary. And my question is there, then do they have to provide evidence to the contrary at this hearing? Is that's what it is? Or do they have time to present evidence after making the claim? Our other question is, like, we are saying that staff has shown us conclusively that we need to do this, and these are the best options. But when there is a challenge to that claim, how do we test that challenge? How do we ensure that? I mean, it's one of those things, we believe staff or we believe the claim, and at some point there should be something that pits the claim against the report and says this is what we've determined. I don't know if there's a standard like that. There was another question. I mean, you said that they did their own appraisal, but there were, I think, outside counsel Connor stated that they did their own appraisal, but we did not see. It's kind of hard to hear when you were talking, but we did not see that appraisal because of conditions that the owner had put on us in order to see the appraised value, and we did not agree to those. So, you know, I just want to make sure that that's clear. Thank you.
All right. Was there a question in there?
There were questions,
Okay.
Mayor, yes.
There's no others, so why don't you answer those and then we'll
Very good.
look for a motion.
Madam Mayor, I might refer the thrust of that to outside counsel, and then I will supplement as warranted.
So the verbal staff report and the written material that's been presented to you lays out staff's conclusions regarding the public interest and necessity requiring the project is planned in a manner that's compatible with the greatest public good, least private injury, that the easements are necessary for the project, and that the offer required by the government code have been made. Each of those findings is supported by facts that were presented to you earlier. Once those basic facts are presented, the property owner then has the right to come in and say, we contest those factual findings. We don't believe that this project is necessary because fill in the blank. We don't believe that the property being condemned is necessary to build the project because fill in the blank. Here, those blanks were never filled in. All we received were conclusory statements saying, we don't think the project is necessary. We don't think the property being condemned is necessary for the project, but no explanation as to why. This was the moment, this was the time to lay that out to you. Because if we play this forward, if the property owner is serious about challenging the legal authority of the city to condemn this property, it would do so in a bench trial down the road. The evidence before the judge at that bench trial would be limited to the administrative record of this hearing. So if the property owner had evidence that this project wasn't necessary and didn't bring it forward in this hearing, that evidence is inadmissible at a subsequent right to take trial, and these findings become conclusive. The issue of sharing of the appraisal, yes, they did get an appraisal. They had certain conditions on sharing it. We didn't agree to those conditions. We wanted the two appraisals to be treated equally. They got our summary. We asked for theirs. They wanted theirs to have certain protections that ours wouldn't have, and we said no. It's, you know, the two appraisals. The whole point of this process is to share the information that from our two appraisals in the hope that we could come to an agreement. And it's not to put conditions on sharing that information that aren't applicable to ours. And so we just couldn't come to an agreement on that. So we never did see their appraisal.
I don't know what it is, Gail, but you're going in and out. You're very clear to hear, and then I can barely hear you. So anyways, okay, that's fine. Is there a motion? Can someone, Councilmember Gonzalez?
I want to move the staff recommendation, which is to adopt a resolution of necessity making the required findings to acquire certain real property interest on 3508, 3520, 3530, 3540, and 3550 Bassett Street in Santa Clara, California, for the owner of record for purposes of implementing the Silicon Valley Power 115 kilovolt transmission line project.
Second that.
So we have a motion by Councilmember Gonzalez, seconded by Councilmember Chahal. Councilmember Park?
Yeah, I have a question about what we heard from the outside counsel, which is it sounds like without contest to the claims, without evidence to support a contest to the claims, that we have to accept the staff report, even if the facts are not strong, to support the staff claims. I'm not saying that they're not. I'm just trying to understand the challenge to the claims process.
Madam Mayor, if I might. Member Park, you don't have to do anything. Your job in evaluating this is to look at the evidence in the record and make a determination regarding whether or not staff has presented sufficient evidence to allow you to make the findings. If there is competing evidence that's presented, you should be evaluating that as well in making your determination. So you're not obligated to do anything. I think what you're hearing from staff, buttressed by outside counsel, is staff has provided substantial facts, both in the written and the spoken record, that actually support the findings that you're needing to make, and that we think, and you could evaluate this and conclude otherwise, that the statements made by outside counsel on behalf of the property owner are merely conclusory, and say you didn't make these findings, there isn't evidence for this, but they did not, in my view, really provide any evidence in support of those findings. And so you could think differently than what we say. You are standing in your position to exercise your reasonable judgment in determining whether or not staff has fulfilled its burden to demonstrate to you that you can make those findings. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
No, understood. And so with that, so we're saying that, I mean, we got claims, we've got facts that support the claims, but there's really no determination of, veracity of the facts. I mean, we call them facts, but they're just items that are brought in support of the claims. But that's not my question. I mean, we're saying we basically got a, staff says, owner says. But in the case of the owner, without evidence to support their counters, without evidence to support their challenge, we're saying that at this meeting, their time has essentially run out to provide a strong challenge to the report.
As a matter of the legal process that Mr. Connor is more familiar with than me, this administrative proceeding is where they make those arguments, and that if they decide to proceed to challenge in court the findings that you've made tonight, they will not be allowed to introduce new evidence at that time.
Understood. So you're saying that without the claims, and even if they took the challenge to court, we would be basically frozen in time with the information that we have here today?
Yeah, at that point, the determination is out of your hands, that the judge is then determining whether or not you exercised appropriate discretion in making the decision staff's recommending you make tonight.
Based on the information that's available right now at this time, with no additional information allowed?
That is correct, and nodding from outside counsel.
Okay, thank you very much.
Vice Mayor Cox.
Thanks. Again, I would like to also support the motion. I think when we look at the 3 items listed, public interest and necessity requiring the project, obviously, we need this line to grow our power capacity, and our system shortfall addresses that need immediately. I know that 3 other properties were looked at, lines, so we have done this research. I think in November 24, council already deliberated 3 alternate routes for this. And then necessity of the property is supported by clearance and maintenance requirements. So the onus is on the owner right now, again, to provide this. And I think when we look at 3 offers being made that have not been accepted, perhaps this is not simply an issue of having facts not presented, but a lack of facts altogether. And I think because of this being a very, I would say, reductive piece of evidence, I think that this motion is worth supporting absolutely.
Thank you. City Clerk, when you're ready, if you'd like to read back or staff recommendation.
The motion on the floor is adopt a resolution of necessity making the required findings to acquire certain real property interests on 3508, 3520, 3530, 3540, and 3550 Bassett Street, Santa Clara, California, from the owner of record for purposes of implementing the Silicon Valley Power 115 kV transmission line project. Councilmember Gonzalez?
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal?
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy?
Yes.
Councilmember Park?
No.
Councilmember Jane?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Cox?
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore?
Yes, and that passes 6-1. Thank you very much. Thank you, staff. All right, our last business item is item number 6, action on an update to the City Council's public notification, outreach, and engagement policy for all planning applications. City Manager?
Sure. Thank you, Mayor, members of the council, and the public. The item that's before you is a update to the city's public notification, outreach, and engagement policy for all planning applications. This policy was last approved in 2017, and staff is now bringing forward to you several amendments. As part of the update process, this we engaged with the community. We also sought and received feedback from the Planning Commission. Since 2017, Santa Clara has one of the most robust public engagement and outreach policies. Many jurisdictions, notably, do not have such policies. And our updates tonight are aimed to strike a balance between getting additional feedback from the public as well as processing applications consistent with state law. Tonight's presentation will be provided by Community Development Director Afsha Hamid.
Welcome.
Thank you. And thank you for the introduction, City Manager. So good evening, Mayor, council members, and members of the public. First, I would like to introduce key staff members that have been working on this policy. Sheldon Asing, who's our Development Review Officer, and Leslie Xavier, who's our Planning Manager. So this is a staff-initiated update, and we are requesting council input and recommendation for approval. So first, I will provide an overview on the items, and I will cover in this presentation. Staff is available after the presentation to take any questions. So why are we revising this policy? What are the changes? Public feedback and Planning Commission feedback, Planning Commission recommendation, and benchmarking with other jurisdictions. So in 2017, a public outreach policy was created, and this was adopted by the City Council. This is for planning applications, all types, both privately sponsored applications and city-sponsored applications. Many jurisdictions do not have a policy such as this, and we are progressive in that way. And the jurisdictions that we compare to, we also have a more robust policy. So we're currently exceeding the state requirements by providing on-site postings, website notifications, as well as community meetings. The purpose of this policy is to engage stakeholders early in the process. In terms of what the state requirements are, it's basically a newspaper publication and mailed notices within 300 feet. So why are we revising this policy? We have community feedback to have earlier notifications, desire to better engage hard-to-reach populations, incorporation of post-COVID-19 best practices, because we've learned so much since then, embrace new technologies for outreach. A lot has happened since COVID, and we've really advanced, and the opportunity to clarify policy language and set expectations. So what are the changes? First, staff has taken a look at the types of projects and revised the definitions for clarity. There is now early notification requirements for projects without community meetings. There's improved logistics for community meetings. There's also encouragement to use third-party community outreach engagement specialists for hard-to-reach populations. And there's also an initial visioning meeting for general plan rezones, increased notification radius for large and significant interest projects. So in the proposed outreach policy, staff has included a proposed Matrix B of the outreach requirements. And this Matrix B basically categorizes the different types of projects and distinguishes them in terms of the types of notices that they would require. So for example, if you have a standard project is, for example, the townhome projects that you reviewed at the last City Council hearing. Those would be considered standard projects, and those would require a DRH or architectural review. A large project is a project such as Freedom Circle with over 1,700 units. And a conditional use permit project could be like a gas station with a car wash. And a significant project would be considered for example, a Starbucks or any fast food with a drive-through. Those typically require a lot more interest because of traffic and the type of noise that they may generate. So in terms of public and Planning Commission feedback, what we received is to improve equity in the outreach process. And staff has done this by introducing the hybrid meeting format, increase notification requirements. What staff is proposing is to do an early notification process. So when we first receive an application, we would do a notice within 35 days of receiving that application. So this is new. Provide reminders for people of the options to stay informed. Because of technology upgrades, we can actually ask people to go into website and through emails and to sign up for notifications on the types of projects that they would like to receive updates on. And then requiring third-party engagement consultants for certain projects. So this is encouraged, and this has been incorporated into the policy. Staff acknowledges the feedback, and staff has moved forward with incorporating much of that feedback into the policy. So the recommendations, the Planning Commission concurred with the staff recommendation, and they also provided some additional revisions that I would like to go over. So the current notification radius is, for a standard project, is 500 feet. Staff recommendation is to maintain that 500 feet, and the Planning Commission recommendation is to increase it to a quarter mile or 1,320 feet. For a large significant project, the current notification radius is 1,000 feet. Staff recommendation is a quarter mile or 1,320 feet. And the Planning Commission recommendation is a half mile or 2,640 feet. The Planning Commission also requested to review the policy and to kind of check in on the policy after 4 community meetings or 6 months, whichever occurs first. So over the next 2 slides, I would like to demonstrate the impacts of that increased notification. So this is a project that the Planning Commission reviewed at 2455 Lawrence Expressway. And so staff's recommendation and the current policy is 500 feet. With a quarter mile notice radius, you can see how extended that would be. So for example, currently for a 500-foot radius notice, 1,000 notices go out. With a quarter mile radius, 2,260 notices would go out. For a large significant interest project, such as the one at 1100 Memorex Drive, the current requirement is 500 feet, which is 617 notices. Staff recommendation is the quarter mile, which is the innermost circle, and that would be 2,158 notices. And the Planning Commission recommendation is a half mile, which would result in over 4,000 notices. So benchmarking the recommendations with other jurisdictions and the notification process, the state requirement is 300 feet. So staff looked at other jurisdictions. Cupertino has 500 feet. Palo Alto has 600 feet. East Palo Alto has 300 to 600 feet. San Jose is similar to our existing policy, which is 300 to 1,000. Santa Clara City staff is recommending 300 feet to a quarter mile, and the Planning Commission recommendation is 300 to a half mile, depending on the type of project, whether it's a standard project or a large project or significant project. So early notification of projects will allow the public additional time to participate in the process and provide feedback when project revisions are more likely to occur. Additional guidance for community meetings will help enrich the project. And this is the community meetings where we would do a notice early within 35 days of receiving an application. Increasing the notification radius may not increase the interest in the project. It will increase the time and cost to process a project, and staff has concerns regarding staff capacity. The proposed Planning Commission recommended increases would go beyond what other cities are currently doing, so we would be an outlier. Staff does not support the increase in notifications as recommended by the Planning Commission. Staff would like to go with the recommended policies as presented. An alternative to increasing the notices as recommended by the Commission is to gauge the public interest from early notification. There is a provision that allows the director to adjust the notification accordingly. So if we gauge that there is more interest in a project, we would then work with the applicant to do additional notices. So staff recommendation is the council adopt the updated public notification, outreach, and engagement policy for planning applications as modified by the Planning Commission, except for the proposed increased notification distances. Staff is recommending 300 feet to a quarter mile, depending on the type of project that is presented. Thank you, and staff is here for any questions.
Thank you, Ashan. So we're going to start with council questions. Councilmember Hardy.
Thank you. I just wanted to understand from staff, she gave a few examples, but what took something from a standard to a large? I understand why it would be significant. She was very clear about that. But what takes something from a standard to a large? Is there a specific number? Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Jane.
Yes, I actually had started this process with the 030 on April 5th, 2022, agenda item 22-447. And my concern at the time, which still remains, which is why I'm raising it, and I put this in my 030. This is regarding March 22nd, 2022 council meeting when Patrick Henry Drive specific area plan was on the agenda. And I said, I was surprised that the noticing for the specific plan was only 500 feet, considering that the project is so large. At an expected residential population in the development of 26,000 people for scenario A, that represents a 20% population increase for the entire city and certainly qualifies for the FPPC public generally exclusion for refusals. This project will affect a large number of residents beyond 500 feet. So that's when I asked for an expansion of the noticing rules because, you know, I was on the Planning Commission for 5 years and we often had residents come to our meetings saying, I never heard about this project. So there was another case with the Hunter Storm project where there's no residents there. And so when they noticed 500 feet, it didn't actually hit anybody. So I really like the early notification. I think that's great. But I think we need to have a better outline or we need to better distinguish the uses. For example, a grocery store or a movie theater has a very different impact than an apartment building, even though the square footage for the apartment building would be more than for, say, a small grocery store. And we should also consider the density of the residents, because if you were to do 500 feet at Tasman East, you would hit a lot more residents than if you hit 500 feet at where Kylie is located, or where even where the related project is. There nobody lives on that golf course. So, so I think I would prefer, and I had mentioned this earlier, that we should be using GIS. We know through GIS how many people live in the vicinity. And I'm asking, because I had suggested this earlier, why did we not consider hitting a certain number of people rather than a blanket radius number? Because again, radius doesn't really matter. It's all dependent on the population density. Well, I understand we want to reduce the cost to the developer, especially if it's a homeowner that has a project that they're trying to do. We do want to reduce the cost to them, but we should make sure that enough people are notified, and it all depends on the density of their neighbors. So I wanted to ask, why are we not distinguishing better the uses? Why are we not considering the density of residents when we put these radii, and why can we not use GIS to dynamically scale the radius to hit a certain number of people? Should all be in a software program. Thank you.
All right, is there anybody else has any questions? Councilmember Chahal?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the report, Director. I have a question, like in the summary, it's mentioned increasing the notification radius may not increase the interest in the project. It will increase the time and cost to the processing a project. And Director, you mentioned staff capacity also. So I can understand the cost part of it because you're distributing the notices to a bigger chunk of residents, basically. How will it affect staff capacity? Because it's the mailer goes one time, the time should not be impacted like how much, unless the resident feedback comes, and that's a good thing, like that's what we want basically, that our residents should be responding to the notification, they should be evaluating the project. So I'm a bit confused about that, why we are saying that increase the time on that.
All right, Councilmember Park?
Yes, thank you very much for the report. I mean, I have been to many projects and spoken at many projects where residents have told me if it weren't for you or somebody else in the community, we never would have heard about the project next to us. I concur with Councilmember Jane when he is concerned about the people who come to projects and they would not have come or they would not have known except for some other means. People say that all politics is local politics, and local politics usually starts with a neighborhood issue, and I think that this is very true, meaning neighborhood issues are one of the most important things to the people, to residents. I think that the 300-foot minimum requirement from state, is that due to reimbursements? I don't know if the state reimburses up to 300 feet of notifications. And from my perspective, I understand that it takes a lot longer. I understand that there's a little bit more work. I don't understand that it would be that much more work if we can get automation to tell us which addresses that we need to send to, automation that would print the letters and address them to the residents or the people that need to be notified. That seems, I mean, I'm looking online, and there seem to be a lot of services that do that for us. Councilmember Jane mentioned GIS. GIS can do a lot of different things, but again, we'd have to put in some work to get it to do what we want it to do. It's the capabilities are there, but I don't know that it comes that way right out of the box. But I like the notifications. I mean, when I look at the pictures, and thank you very much for the pictures. These pictures are great, which show us what the project site looks like, what the 500-foot notification would be, and what the quarter mile and the what the quarter mile notifications are. And I can't help thinking, as I've walked a lot of projects, that this is even smaller. That even the quarter mile is smaller than the radius that I've actually walked to try to notify people about projects in our area. And I feel that if we're going to provide a service, if we're going to affect people's lives in a way that they can't easily change, they can't change back, and we don't give them a chance to fight for this, I think we should give more people notification. Again, the radii don't look bigger than what I would physically walk to get notices out. Like I remember printing hundreds, over 800 notifications, and half of them flyered just one apartment complex. So I like this. I know it's more time, I know it's more money, but I feel like we owe it to the residents who understand that local neighborhood issues are the biggest issues that people will fight for and ultimately run for office. Thank you.
Councilmember Gonzalez?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. As far as, I think all of us received an email from Catalyze, from that group there, and they mentioned equity as far as how do we reach out to some of the populations that are harder to reach, maybe more marginalized as far as things. So I don't know if you want to address some of those aspects. I think we do a good job of engaging, but I just want to hear that.
Any other council members? Questions? All right, staff, do you want to answer what questions you heard?
Sure.
There was a few in there.
Sheldon, can you just assist with the first question that Council Member Hardy had with what changes a project from a standard to a large project? Is there a specific number?
Yes, thank you. Sheldon Hussing, Development Review Officer. Regarding the question, Councilmember Hardy, regarding the categorization of the projects, we have definitions in the policy that have thresholds. So from a small project, it's up to 4 residential units. A standard development project is between 5 and 49 dwelling units, and as well as commercial up to 50,000 square feet for office or industrial, and large is over 49 dwelling units, and 30,000 square feet or more of commercial, 50,000 square feet of industrial. So that's the distinction. And then any significant interest projects, those would be the same as a large project, but it could be something that garners a lot of interest. So a small project or a standard project could be bumped up to a significant project.
Councilmember Jane, you did have some good comments regarding specific plans as well as Hunter Storm. And one of the improvements in this policy is if there is a long-range project, such as a general plan or a specific plan, we would require an early envisioning of the project, so that would help. Staff is now also using a number of social media sites. Staff also has a more robust website where projects are noticed. So one of the examples I'll give is the El Camino Real study session. For that study session, staff did a very focused outreach to the neighborhoods around the El Camino Real study session. And I don't remember the numbers off the top of my head, but it went out several times. So when there is a specific plan, or when there is a more required a community interest project, staff would do that as a measure. Regarding the density as well as preference for GIS and looking at the population density, I think that this is a discussion we can have today at the dais. And how to better distinguish, I think staff has already discussed the types of projects and how we're distinguishing those projects. Councilmember Chahal, you asked, as well as Councilmember Parks, how does it affect staff capacity? So yes, we would do, if there is an increased radius, that would be, we would go and look at the additional addresses or the APN numbers, but there's still a lot of administrative time at the staff level that requires us to go out and spend a number of hours to get this, as well as coordinate those and put those onto, not just extracting the data from GIS, but it actually has to go onto postcard notifications. And then there's a whole process in coordinating all that. And so it would actually double staff's time, and that is an impact on our resources and capacity. Councilmember Gonzalez, you requested catalyze SV and whether regarding the comments made regarding equity and harder to reach. One of the improvements that we've done in this policy outreach is that we've included hybrid meetings now. And the hybrid meetings now would allow for a lot more flexibility And if there's translation services, we could also provide those translation services. Catalyze SV has requested that we provide childcare services and food at the meetings. And this is a distinction. For entitlement projects, that goes above and beyond what cities are doing. But if there's an envisioning workshop, for example, for a housing element or for a general plan or specific plan, in order to create more interest or amenities, staff would look at how we can generate additional interest by including more services. So there is a distinction in what we would want to do from the day-to-day projects or entitlement projects versus workshops and community and larger projects that would require more community engagement. Thank you. I believe those were all the questions.
Thank you. Now I'm going to go to the public, and we will start with Jay Haid. Is Jay Haid online or here? Oh, here you go. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Jade Perano-Chua. I'm the Community Engagement Director at Catalyze SV. As an immigrant woman of color, I am deeply passionate about advancing equity in community engagement. I've personally experienced what it feels like to be unwelcome in certain spaces, and that fuels my commitment making public participation more inclusive. I urge City Council to consider revising the policy to clearly outline how it will engage historically underrepresented and hard-to-reach communities, and stronger provisions are also needed to mobilize Santa Clara's existing community in supporting developers' engagement efforts. I appreciate the insights shared by staff. We've been meeting a lot with Sheldon Ossing. Building on those, Catalyze SV recommends the City of Santa Clara establish a bench of pre-qualified community engagement contractors, especially in local nonprofit organizations. You can quickly enlist to assist in connecting meaningfully with the community. The City of San Jose has implemented a similar model. Additionally, community meetings should incorporate best practices such as interpretation, translation services, childcare or children's activities, food, online participation options, which the staff did mention. These are proven strategies that Catalyze SV and other community-based organizations like Somos Mayfair consistently advocate for. And I just want to reiterate that Catalyze is committed to fostering inclusive, innovative, transparent, and community engagement processes. That's part of why we're here. I just want to thank you for your time and considering these important steps towards more equitable community involvement in Santa Clara. Thank you.
Thank you. Alex? Welcome.
Hey, welcome back, y'all. I'm Alex Shore with Catalyze SV. Like you, we want community members to feel trust in government, and that's why community engagement is so important to us, because the more people who are informed and engaged, the more support there is for the decisions you make and the housing projects that you build. So that's why we're so engaged in this. We, as always, want you to consider us trusted advisors who can offer insights and advice to the staff and council on issues like this. And that's why we care so much. We specialize in community engagement. I personally have probably been to about 500 community meetings in the last decade, so I have thought a lot about what makes a good community meeting, and I think there's some really important principles and advancements to this policy. Yet tonight we are asking council to pause, provide some additional feedback to staff, engage community-based organizations and underserved groups more in the improvement of this policy. It's great that Santa Clara has a policy. It's great that it's making improvements tonight, but let's not stop and rest on our laurels. Let's create the best possible policy we can for this wonderful city. For instance, you have a development map on your website that we frequently at Catalyze SV herald as one of the best in the region for providing information on where projects are located and how the community can get engaged in those projects. So let's continue to move forward with an improvement of policy, including advancing early notification and early involvement of the community. That's the #1 piece of feedback we gave to City of Santa Clara staff. We also think it's important to create a feedback loop. So what did the city learn from the community, and what can it not, or what can it implement based on that input? We would love to see that incorporated in the vote and approval that you all make, whether it's today or later down the line. Thank you.
Thank you. Eric? Oh, City Manager, did you want to say something? Okay. Eric, go ahead, please. Come forward. Welcome.
Thank you, members of the council, mayor. As many of you know here, I'm chair of the Planning Commission, and I wanted to make sure that it was understood that what we were trying to solve was the problem of the number of times people would come and say, hey, we didn't hear about this. We're only hearing about it now. And the goal was really the number of times we saw that there was some kind of buffer between that 500-foot distance, like a school or Central Expressway, that didn't include people that would be affected by it. And so in making our recommendation, we were really trying to include that. And if we look at this problem, maybe there's another way to turn it around, which is, given when you look at that distance, if you just look at 500 feet or whatever it may be, if there is an area that there's no residents, go out further so that you can at least start getting some residents that might be involved. So there's different ways to look at this. It isn't always a rectangle, a square, whatever it may be. There are better ways to probably capture it. And that's what we're trying to improve, is how do we get the people who keep on saying that they're not hearing about this and then later coming up, and we have actually pushed things out. We've said we're going to continue an item because a bunch of people came and said, we didn't hear about this and we didn't have time to read this. So we're really trying to get people involved and stop the ability to have, these miscommunications. So I really would like you to think about that there are different alternatives to this, that we can cut it up in a better way, get more representation, and do it in a way that helps our staff, because they're great staff. They're trying to do the best job that they can, and we have ways that we can improve this and make their life easier, as well as represent our community better. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Eric. Michelle. Michelle online? Go ahead, Michelle. There you go.
Thank you. My name's Michelle Mashburn. I'm the founder of All Things Disability Equity. I'm here to address another critical gap in your community engagement policy that others haven't fully highlighted. This policy continues silencing the people most impacted by development decisions. Expanding the notification radius means nothing when people can't actually participate. And it's not just meetings. Your notification system could exclude people by using QR codes when people are not necessarily digital literate or having smartphones. Mail notices reach property owners and tenants, and they miss the workers, renters, and often community members who use those spaces daily. As someone who's attended many public meetings as both an advocate and a disabled person, I've seen what happens. I've watched a wheelchair user pushed into the back corners, not allowed to integrate with the community that's there, not allowed to interact, literally marginalized from the conversations about their own neighborhoods. The result, policies that sound equitable while systemically excluding entire communities and maintaining the status quo. I want to remind you all that the ADA was passed in 1990, and yet we still have failed to implement those standards on a regular. Disabled residents comprise as much as 27% of the city of Santa Clara. They face barriers your draft ignores. Low-income families can't attend meetings. Seniors are left behind. Because of digital first approaches, parents may not be able to participate without childcare. The bottom line is you need concrete provisions around accessibility and inclusion, like ASL interpreters, childcare assistants, and other things. Otherwise, you're just creating community theater, a performance of inclusion that changes nothing. So hopefully you'll center the voices that have been systematically excluded and create real accountability.
Thank you, Michelle. All right, Lance. Go ahead, Lance.
Good evening. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Go ahead,
Hi.
please.
I'd like to echo some of what Commissioner Crutchlow provided as a commission member. It is vital that we serve the proactive side of communicating with our residents rather than reactive, where we continue to get complaints that they did not hear about a substantial project that was affecting their area. We've experienced that recently with cell tower that was unable to reach to the community nearby that would be serviced by the cell tower, and did not get notified that it was going in at the church. So I think what should be known is, although staff presented some good examples, those are examples of the most extreme case where you're going to have a development on El Camino reaching people. Fine. You have that example, which would be an overkill probably for the number of people affected. But this doesn't cover the case where you are adding a data center or something that's in the center of a industrial space, but surrounded other areas by residential that would be affected by noise and other considerations. We'd like to see the larger radiuses simply because staff seems unable to communicate with the affected people in other ways other than a geographic approach. I think that some of Councilor Jane's ideas of using population density would probably be a far more effective way to communicate to the majority of the people that would be directly affected. So I just wanted you to realize that this wasn't a single voice and it wasn't an arbitrary suggestion to increase the distances to the sizes the commission made. Thank you.
Just want to say the commissioners that are speaking as individuals and not on behalf of the commission, I assume. Okay, very good. Next, we have Edward. Go ahead, Edward.
Yeah, I just want to say that the last gentleman had mentioned the cell towers. I remember about that church with the, I believe it's 5G cell tower that had talked about how you cannot talk about the hazards. The mayor and the council cannot bring up the hazards of cell towers, which I find ridiculous. I mean, this is supposed to be the United States of America. We should be able to have freedom of speech, and we should be able to ask questions, hardball questions, and get answers for them, especially when it has something to do with our health and the health of our children. That was just plain crazy, really. But besides that, I remember the very first day that they put up the 5G tower at my place of work, and I have a vertigo issue. I was diagnosed with vertigo problems, and the very first day they put that thing up, I almost passed out. I was climbing the stairs, almost passed out on these stairs, and they had to call the ambulance for me. But yeah, these 5G towers, I also heard that the pollinators, they're killing off our honeybee population, the pollinators. And, that's a big portion of our food supply right there. That's another thing I want to bring up. Also, the fireworks during the weeknights. I live behind Levi Stadium, and there was, I guess, a concert going on, and they had fireworks 2 nights in a row during the weekdays. And I think there was like almost 11 o'clock at night. And I thought maybe that stuff was only going to happen on the weekends. So that kind of threw me off a little bit. But that's all I wanted to bring up. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to speak on this issue? All right, City Manager.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor. I was trying to raise my hand before public comment, but I had a technical issue. I just wanted to elaborate on Councilmember Jane's question in regard to use of GIS, and just note that we do currently utilize GIS, Geographic Information Systems, when we draw the radius. Certainly, if there's a desire to change the way we do that, so it's not based off of simply a distance, but other factors, there would need to be changes to the GIS and potentially additional layers. I think specific to the question around why don't we consider density, I think staff, recognizing that state law requires a minimum of 300 feet, our current policy improves upon that. The recommendations from staff improve upon that further, provide additional definitions of projects by type, as well as definitions of what's a large, standard, and minor project. We felt that that was a more consistent way where we can implement the radius and not have criteria that's subjective. One of the things we know that we may receive questions from developers if there's a different analysis to determine each radius based on different factors in the city, such as density, and we wanted to have a systematic, streamlined approach, both for implementation and for equity and communication to developers so they know what to expect. Also, I don't think we've talked about tonight is one of the things that we commonly hear from developers is that our regulations go beyond what other cities require. And certainly everyone's interested in increased notification, including staff, which is why we're recommending to even increase it. I will say that there is a concern that staff discussed to go too far beyond what our peer cities have and what state law requires so that we're not an outlier and face more of those concerns of developers that say that we're adding additional requirements that are not present in other communities, thus making it, potentially more challenging to develop here. Also want to note that in certainly I've been here and in other communities where residents say, hey, I'm just here finding that out. In my experience, it's not always that they were actually outside of the radius. We know mail is not always the best way to reach people, and that's what we're talking about here. Oftentimes it's not until a project is contentious that people find out, and then we've even gone back at times and realized they received the notice. So it wasn't that they weren't notified. And so just want to note that increasing the radius may very well not solve the issue of a resident or residents coming, especially on decision night saying, hey, I'm here tonight because I just found out about it. And so the other tools that we utilize, such as social media and the in-person meetings. And also, I think I've said this before, sometimes in government, right, people really show up when there's a contentious item, and that's really when this room is packed. And so likely we're almost always going to get that when we have a very contentious development, almost no matter what the radius notification is. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Cox.
No comment, no question. I just had a few comments. I think that as I looked through the files with this, I feel like one part that's critical that's missing really is kind of data. Or really what goals we're looking for in terms of participation. If our only metric right now is saying that people are saying they didn't hear, that doesn't give us sufficient information for saying how impactful was our reach. And so I really support Catalyze SV's finding a board of community people who can advise us on this. If I've learned anything in an Ed D program about social justice, it is not this room of people that is going to be the biggest game changers when it comes to community participation. It is going to the community to figure out what they need and what, instead of, we always talk about widening the gap, but how do we give more access? And so I think Catalyze SV did a great job of giving us examples of that. I don't necessarily support a bigger radius because if we're saying the problem is already profound and we're not getting enough, how does just going out further address the fact that people aren't showing up? Earlier notification would be the same thing. If we're not reaching people now, does another month help that significantly? But if we don't have a goal in mind of how many people are we trying to reach that we say this is critical mass for community engagement, then how are we ever going to know if we're successful in our efforts at all? So I think that going into a community-based program with this or partnering with the community organizations that are already directly working with our neighborhoods until we have neighborhood associations is really key. And then essentially saying, what are we looking for in terms of participation? I agree, when we talk about educational access right now, we are at a point where in our programs, we have moms bringing kids to class with them. And so do we make a community engagement meeting accessible to people in those realistic ways? Maybe we can't afford food, but do people know they can show up after hours as they are and participate in these things? But again, what I feel this draft is doing is essentially doing the exact same thing on a larger scale. And so I think that we could do a little bit better to plug in and say, what are we missing? And we won't really know why people aren't showing up until we ask those questions. And if it's just, I didn't get notice, or is it just because, were you in the radius? I know the meetings I've gone to, they did get notice. It was in the mail. It skipped them. And so I don't see that doing the same thing bigger is going to help us. Because I think everybody in this room, Planning Commission, all the people, we want the same thing. We want our community to participate. And we want a wide representation of the people in Santa Clara participating in these meetings. I would like more people volunteering for our commissions that look different, that have different ability levels, all of those things. So we can't just determine we're missing the mark because we're not doing it in a large enough scale. We're obviously doing it in the wrong way as well. And so I would support going back to the drawing board with groups like this to say, how do you engage your community and how will they start showing up?
Thank you, Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. So I think the objective here are multiple, like although we are trying to increase the reach within the community, but at the same time, as mentioned by Councilmember Cox, we will not fulfill the objective unless we start engaging the people. Like that should be the next step. I'm not saying we should not do what we are doing, but we need to really look into the problem, like why the community is not being engaged. How effective are our notices to the community? The notices come very general. This development is coming in your neighborhood and that's it. I think we should put into that how will impact the neighborhood, pros and cons of those developments as per the EIR, as per the CEQA report, everything. So that when they see that, oh, it's going to impact me positively this way, it's going to impact me negatively this way, then it makes sense for them to getting engaged. The content of the notices should be looked into so that you attract their attention for one reason or the other. And as regards, I know Director mentioned, it will increase the staff time for looking at the addresses. I hope we have some automation program, like on Google when I say, oh, within half a mile radius, where is my where is good restaurants? That give me that radius and give me exactly the restaurants over there. So I think we can have that automation program, like, hey, within half a mile, these are all the residential addresses. These are all the business addresses. Hopefully, we should have that. We should not be doing this thing manually. The staff has to pinpoint how many residences are there, basically. So that's one. Neighborhood night outs, like we recently had a neighborhood night outs, approaching the people who are organizing these neighborhood night outs, they can be the source of disseminating this information to their smaller groups, basically. That can be other source of disseminating the information. That, hey, you organize this neighborhood night out. We saw 100 people coming to your neighborhood night out party at that day. Hey, this is the information. In addition to sending it to individually by mail, they may not check it out, but can you help us out to disseminate this information? It's in your neighborhood. How can you, they might have a much better communication, one-on-one communication between the neighbor and within their neighborhood. That can be one. Street area captains, like, they have those street captains and area captains. That can be other option. We can look into that. Basically, what else we can do to engage the community? I know when it's as mentioned by city manager, when it's a controversial development or something topic, we see this council chamber full. But on other occasions, like we see some of the bigger developments, but we don't see anybody over here. And it doesn't help us to make a good decision when we don't see people. We don't see the real feedback from these people. So it's a two-point approach, and I fully agree with the Councilmember Jain's idea of not focusing on the radius, but focusing on what is our minimum target notices to be sent, basically. And that will be very objective. We are talking about objective design standards, so this can be a very objective way of sending notices, in addition to what else we are trying to get a feedback from the community. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Hardy.
Thank you. I thought of another question, but I wanted, when something goes to another jurisdiction, such as one of our neighbors, Sunnyvale, if it's within that radius, do we hand those out? Or do we send those as well? I want to make certain I understand. I think it was very important because staff made this point about the difference between a project and a visionary situation, such as when we're looking at El Camino, that when we're having a vision of downtown or El Camino or something like that, these are much bigger meetings and there is more we can do to get more people to come. But my understanding is what we're talking about is projects at this point. And also, staff alluded to it, but I wasn't really clear on cost because they made the point that a project may have to go to HLC and Planning Commission and the council. And I wanted to understand how that cost to the applicant would change. But I did write down very carefully when staff talked about how many residents they contact with a 500 feet. With the standard, they said it was 1,000. And with the quarter mile, they were talking about 2,158. I wrote it down very specifically. So I liked this idea of making certain that we contact enough people. And if instead of having the radius, we said that's the number minimum of addresses that we need to contact, that may push us out further. Because if I listened to the planning commissioners and said, you know, if there's a Central Expressway or a school or whatever, that that way we have contacted enough people if we had more of that number. And it sounds like with GIS we could do that. Thank you. There were some comments and some questions.
Thank you, Councilmember Parr.
Yeah, we've heard a lot of really interesting ways to reach people. I think that there's another issue, which is even if we have meetings, even if we've got, how do we get people who don't speak the language, that they are in wheelchairs, that they're parents, how do we get those people to be engaged? It's a slightly different issue from just the noticing, but at the same time, ultimately, what's the noticing for? The noticing is for these people to come. So it's a very important part of what we're talking about. And we can talk about interesting ways to reach people, whether it's by density and we want a certain number of people reached, or by different radii. I mean, I'll tell you, I used to talk at a lot of projects in this city. Like almost every single project that I saw, I would talk on that project. And a lot of those projects were outside my neighborhood. And what I would do before I came in, I would walk those neighborhoods. I would see what the project was, and I would knock on the doors of people who lived in those neighborhoods. And I would talk to them, and I would tell them, this is the project that's going in your neighborhood. Do you know about this? And sometimes we'd talk. And when the project came in front of Planning Commission or when it came in front of council, if the people in the neighborhood did not come out to speak, I stopped speaking out for them because I felt it was not my place to speak for the neighbors who had been informed because I had informed them myself. But it was not my place to talk for them about a neighborhood that was not mine. It's interesting, but when those people didn't come, I always wondered, why is that? And they said, oh, we didn't have time, we didn't do this. So I did another thing, which is I said, here is a project that's going on in your neighborhood, and if, tell me how you feel about it. And if you can't make it, I will talk about it. I will take your input. And I took a lot of notes on what people wanted to say and how they felt about different projects. And now I got a lot of people telling me, oh, this is what I'd like to say if I went to the meeting. I mean, I got lots of feedback. There's nothing better than one-to-one, than face-to-face engagement when it comes to some of these things. So again, I don't know how far we're going adrift from the main question, which I believe was mainly focused on notification radius and those kinds of changes. But I would like to address, and I don't know that we can do that here on the dais. I don't know that we want to do that here. I would love to split and make a recommendation to staff to come back and bring us some options. But what if, in addition to increased notifications, if we voted on what's in here explicitly, you gave neighborhoods a subsidy to do their own noticing for their own communities, because they know what their communities are doing. I mean, I would have loved, as a person that was printing hundreds of flyers and passing them out, I would have loved to have that. And you can base the amount on the cost it would take for staff to do this. And you would have to, not necessarily giving money out prior to the fact, but maybe reimbursements for, with receipts, with itemized, we treat it like a real expense, which is, you tell us, you spent this much on materials, you spent so much on food. Like, it's not that we don't care, we want you to spend it on these kinds of things, but if you want to provide services, if you want to provide translation, if you want to provide this, and you can provide reimbursable receipts up to a certain amount, maybe you let the communities work out how they can do this. And again, I would support early enough notifications that the communities could react and put together flyers, or maybe that you just give them flyers that they could pass out themselves, if they want to go beyond the notification area that we had defined. But again, I feel like something like that would be really good, but I don't know that I would feel comfortable voting on that here, because we just thought about it. I'm sure there's a lot of benefits for that. I'm sure there's a lot of drawbacks for that. But I would love to send staff out to look into what we could do to get real engagement. Again, I understand the noticing. I like noticing by itself. But if we want to do anything beyond that, I don't know that I would try to get staff to do that. I would almost think that there has to be a way that we could crowdsource the neighborhoods that are interested, the neighborhoods that are worried about this, to do their own noticing and talk to their own communities. But again, I feel like this is not something that council should be deciding. It's something that we should be going out to the people. We should have organizations like Catalyze SV there, talking to the people, telling them these are the issues, and maybe even giving community recommendations on these are the things you could do, and come back with recommendations above and beyond changing the radius for notifications. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I was going to mention, I think as elected officials here, most of us have quite a keen presence and connections to our communities that we serve, and I think that the more that we can utilize that, maybe have making sure that we're aware of any entitlements or any permits or things that have happened in our areas, to make sure that we can advertise that, whether it's something that's going to come before the Planning Commission or something that's already gone there, and let our residents know, and kind of disseminating that information. But I think there's ways that we're doing that already, and the solution that we're taking, or the change that we're trying to make here, are trying to have more of that push. And I see it as a median to move it a little bit bigger, wider area that we're reaching out to. So I'm for the staff recommendation. I think that's something that I think would be beneficial. We'll see how it works out. I could tell you in my area, there's going to be places where we might not get much people, like in the related projects, like somebody mentioned, but how we push information out and how we try to push more notifications and communication, I think, is important, and that's something that we, as council members, have to be better at, and try to get that information out to our folks, to make sure that their input is taken, that their input is received, and that we're passing that on along as well. So I want to make a motion to support the staff recommendation and adopt the updated public notification, outreach, and engagement policy for planning applications as modified by the Planning Commission, except for increasing the notification rate. I'd be on staff's recommendation for larger and significant projects. And just a note, I understand the Catalyze SV. Being on the school board, we dealt with communities that were in Title I schools, and one of the ways that we did that was making sure that we had childcare, that we had food, and doing things that go above and beyond that what we would normally do for other engagement meetings. Is there a second?
All right, there's a motion on the floor for staff recommendation. Is there a second? Okay. Dies for lack of a second. I just wanted to make a couple comments. First of all, in terms of community engagement, it is, to me, it's not the quantity of how far out your line goes or your perimeter, it's the quality of the community engagement. I think that's what's most important. And there will always be people that say they didn't know anything about an item, and then they'll show up to the meeting and say, I had no idea about this meeting, and I would say, but you're here, so how did you find out? Many people will just bypass all of the commissions and come to the city council meeting when they know the decision is actually going to be made. That's why we'll have, hardly anyone at the planning commission, and they'll come here and they'll know. People get informed, they do, whether it's from the mail, whether it's from Facebook, Instagram, and my favorite, Nextdoor. It's there's a lot of talk out there. When it's a controversial issue, they'll make their way here. But I think that I think, as was mentioned earlier by Vice Mayor, we shouldn't just continue doing what we're doing now because we're going to accept, the same. We're going to get the same results from what we have now. So let's look at it differently. There was Michelle that called in about the disabled community. No matter where you put that line, they're not going to be informed unless we're going to directly talk to them. So I think the early engagement on a project is good, but it has to be meaningful community engagement. And I have to say, being a business person as well, we don't want to be the outlier when we are trying to get, more housing in this city and retail development and other things. We have to look at what the speed to market is. And if all of a sudden Santa Clara comes up with this, outlying community engagement that adds, a lot more, just because we want to have, 100 people notified instead of 50, but the 100 people are, it's not even in the same neighborhood, and chances are they're just going to ignore it anyway. Like, how can we make it better to show that we're not trying to stop development, we're not trying to stop any housing being built, but we just want to make sure that the neighborhoods and the people that are going to be affected by the potential development are actually the ones that we're engaging with. And so I don't think that we can do that ourselves in the city. I think we need help, like Catalyze SV, to help us with a meaningful engagement process. Because, to be honest, we don't have the staff or the time or any of the money. We don't have any of that to do that ourselves. We don't have the expertise to do it ourselves. We can't send out a notice that says, here's a development, and this is why it's good and this is why it's bad. We cannot send out anything like that. We just have to say, here's the meeting, come to the meeting, and and then we'll talk to them, listen to the planning commission, listen to the city council or a commission. I think that what's missing also from this is has been no business involvement in this decision, like nothing from the business community. What does the business community feel about this? Whether it's small business or large business, how does this affect, again, speed to market? Or if you have a business that the most complaints I get or are the speed through our process. So if we start adding on all of these other things, it's just going to make us more bureaucratic. I'm not for adding time and more bureaucracy to an already bureaucratic process. I just want to make it more meaningful. And again, I don't think that we have the ability to do it. We need help doing this. And I know Catalyze SV, and because they're not just because they're here, but they have a proven track record of helping communities like ours, but not to make our process more cumbersome. It's just to make our process more meaningful. You know, we also have district representatives. Our council members are representatives of the districts. I look at all of you to inform your districts, the residents in your district, about what's going on in your district. We have all kinds of opportunities to do that as council members, so we have to look within as well to make sure that you are notifying your district of what's going on in your district. So I think that's another layer that we can add on to this. But the state law is 300 feet. We're already at 1,000, just like other communities. The staff is recommending 1,300. Do you really think that's going to make it any better? The Planning Commission's recommending 2,500, 2,600. That's not going to make it any better either. We have to make the engagement better, the actual engagement better, to get people involved. So I'm not even for staff recommendation. I still think that's too far out. I think we should, look at engaging a company like Catalyze SV to help us, and look how we can make our existing notification of the 1,000 square feet, whatever it is, more meaningful and more streamlined as well, because we have to do both. Otherwise, we are the outlier. We are the anti-business outlier, and we're not going to change anything in our community. We're not going to get people involved. The only time they will get involved is when they see it at the last minute, it's coming to the council meeting, and they're upset. We see them when they're upset and they're complaining that they had no input into the process. They were just notified at the last minute. Here they're coming to council, and they're mad. And so we need to change that. But what's on the table right now isn't going to change anything. Sorry for the long chatter. Suds?
I really I agree with Alex and Catalyze that we should pause this process because there is a lot more information that we need. I really like the early notification because it allows CBOs like Catalyze to get engaged. I'll just give you an example of a project that went haywire and was corrected. That was the Sobrato Affordable Housing Project that was container like buildings at the corner of Monroe and San Tomas Aquino. When the community came out and basically convinced the council to reject that project, we got a much better project. That project looks really nice at the corner of San Tomas and Monroe. So I know the city has a subscription to Nextdoor, and so I would maybe advise that the city were to post on Nextdoor if a project is within a Nextdoor community. It should be easy enough to know what the boundaries of the various Nextdoor communities are and to post there. I wanted to understand from staff, often when I walk in my neighborhood, I see notices on telephone or utility poles. What is the policy for that? How far are those noticed and how many poles do you have to hit? I don't necessarily agree that converting APNs to postcards would double staff time. I think that process could be automated. And then finally, on this concept of significant interest properties, I know city manager said we might get challenges from developers, but when you leave the significant interest decision up to the director of community development, you might end up with those challenges as well. I don't know why data centers are put in there specifically in items of significant interest because there are other projects like, for example, in Sunnyvale, when they're getting rid of grocery stores, that should be very significant interest to the community. So, and then, for large development properties is defined as over 49 dwelling units or 30,000 square feet or more of commercial uses or 50,000 square feet or more of office or industrial uses. A Trader Joe's would be a 15,000 square foot. That wouldn't fit into a large development, but that would add a lot of traffic and a lot of impact. So I think we need to spend more time defining what a large development proposal is and what a development of significant interest. It shouldn't just be zoning ordinance amendments, general plan updates, or other policy documents. And so those are my comments. Thank you. I think we should pause this process.
I think there was
and, get more input.
There was a couple questions, one from Councilmember Hardy, and I think there was a couple from Councilmember Jane. I know you have the next door question, because I believe I've seen everything on next door. It's always posted. City Manager, I can't remember the Councilmember Hardy question. You might want to repeat it, Karen.
Yeah, Karen, can you repeat the question?
Can you repeat, Karen?
Yes, I can. I wanted to know when it was the noticing area was outside our jurisdiction. Say it went into Sunnyvale or San Jose or Cupertino or whatever. Do we notice to them? I was thinking about that because of thinking of noticing enough of our residents coming up with the numbers. So that was why the question.
So yes, if a project is adjacent to another jurisdiction, we would notify that jurisdiction as well.
Was there another, did Suds have another question besides next door? Is there another question?
Telephone poles.
Sure. Telephone
why are the notices on the, what's the?
Telephone poles, we don't do notices on telephone poles. We
City
notice
manager?
on site with a sign.
I've seen those, yeah.
Yes, that's what we are required to do.
In communities up and down the state, you see notices on telephone poles. Most jurisdictions actually prohibit those, but there is not an officer at every telephone pole, and of course it creates blight and when they fall off, additional trash, and so municipalities do not post on telephone poles for development notices.
And our planning
I've seen 'em
manager,
there.
yeah, my apologies, my planning manager just informed me that under the old code it was done, but with the new code update, it's no longer done. We do the mailings, we do notice on site, we do social media posts.
I don't know if there's any other questions.
My question was about how to define properties of significant interest, and I think that should be a more objective standard.
Is that a question?
Yes.
I think we can take that back. Don't want to respond off the cuff. I think having a subjective standard, we'll look into it. I can think of some concerns right now, but staff will take it back and look into it. I think from what I'm hearing from council tonight, there's not a desire to adopt any change at this point, but yet a desire to have staff take a look back at the process, the recommendations. I'm taking Councilmember Cox's statement to heart, which is almost what problem are we trying to solve? But and so let us take that back. I understand the statement to work with Catalyze SV. Know that staff has met a number of times with Catalyze SV. We will talk to them as well as other groups that represent a slightly different interest. And I know the mayor mentioned also reaching out to businesses so that is represented. And so
Right, we should have a business perspective on all this since they're the ones that it's going to affect.
Right.
Councilmember Chahal?
Madam Mayor, I would like to make a motion to continue this item, and staff has already listened to all the suggestions, and rather I would like to broaden the scope, how we can engage the community so that we can get real community engagement. What are the things we can do in addition to the noticing that we get a real good feedback from the community? So that's my motion, and bring it back after that.
All right, Vice Mayor Cox?
Yeah, I don't know if it would need to be a friendly amendment to it, but in the suggestions in partnering with a third party, if we were to go back to the drawing board about this, there was a suggestion of creating a bench of community input. I think that's a great idea. I think that it would be beneficial to kind of review who would be on that bench as well. Like we said, business representation, community organizations, a variety of diversity within that. And so, again, I'm just hoping that as we do this, that there will be metrics involved and really data that shows if we do choose to expand a number of footage, or have we even tracked the number of participants? And what is the demographic of these participants? So I guess I'm adding stipulations to go back and work on this with these things, please. Do I need to make a friendly amendment, or is that just a comment?
I think the city manager is hearing these things,
Okay.
right? Because the motion's to continue, so.
Motion continue, and everything we are talking about should be considered.
Considered. Come back to us at some point.
Yes.
Okay, so there's a motion to continue. And there was a second. Somebody seconded it?
Yeah, I seconded.
All right. All right. City clerk, you repeat the motion?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So if I heard this correctly, the motion on the floor is to continue this item to a later date.
All right. We have motion second. No other comments? City clerk?
Councilmember Gonzalez,
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal,
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy,
Yes.
Councilmember Park,
Yes.
Councilmember Jane,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Cox,
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes,
Thank
and that passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Thank you for the report, staff.
Thank you. Thank you for your feedback.
Thank you. All right, next, reports of members and special committees. All right, seeing none, Councilmember Park?
Yeah, so I attended two conferences in the last 2 weeks. Went to Columbus, Ohio for the City Summit. I'm actually a member of the Information Technology and Communications Subcommittee for the National League of Cities, and we had our meeting there. We talked about a lot of different things. We're actually updating our resolutions, and we're talking about a lot of different technology things that didn't exist before. We're considering things like robocalls and robotexting and automated communications. We're talking about not just spoofing telephone numbers, but what if you get an email that's from that's from an unknown address? They're not pretending to be anyone. They are who they are, but they're pretending to be Bart saying that you haven't paid your fees, or they're saying that they're a DMV and you haven't paid your fees, or they're saying, so we're addressing a number of issues there. I think that it was a very good meeting. We had a number of issues where we're talking about what cities are doing to basically combat these things, deal with data centers, deal with different development. I also attended the API LEAD conference. These were both rather short conferences. They were just a couple days. And the API LEAD conferences was one in which, there are hundreds of minority officials, and the Asian American, the AAPI, the Pacific Islander, these communities, we are actually relatively new when we compare ourselves to the Black community, to NALEO, the Hispanic communities, and we're learning a lot from them. We actually, the AAPI LEAD conference actually schedules their conferences to follow NALEO, and I think this is a great thing. We've got a lot of great get-togethers, and we learned a lot about different resources that are available to Asian Americans. We learned about that even though we are all considered Asian Americans and we're aggregated together, that there are lots of differences between our communities, and being cognizant of how different communities in different regions, different areas in the United States need to be supported. And what was really clear to me is there are a lot of people who don't live in our state, that they don't live in even on our side of the country, that we need to support, because when we see them at the national conferences, they are our allies. They're the people that we can count on to support the needs that we all have as minority communities. And I really think that it was important to go to these meetings. I wish that more people would attend. I got really jealous whenever I saw people who came from cities and there was more than one of them. There was more than one of them, their contingent. So I really thought they were good conferences. Thank you.
Okay, not seeing any. City Manager, Executive Director?
No report.
All right, that leads us to our adjournment. I have one adjournment today. Going to ask that that this meeting be adjourned for Sergeant Anton Morek. Retired Sergeant Anton Morek of Santa Clara passed away on August 4th, 2025 at 77 years old. Sergeant Morek was born in California to Anton J. and Frances Morek. Sergeant Morek graduated from the Police Academy and spent his entire career working in law enforcement. He was the youngest graduate of his class and spent 32 years with the Santa Clara Police Department, serving in a variety of roles until his retirement. Devoted to his community, Sergeant Morek served as president of the Santa Clara Rotary Club from 2010 to 2011. While not serving in the community, Sergeant Morek enjoyed exploring the great outdoors with his Jeep. He was also an avid Catholic and enjoyed attending Sunday services with friends and neighbors. Sergeant Morek was preceded in death by his mother, Frances, his father, Tony, and his sister, Marge. He is survived by his brother, Richard Chris Morek. So we will adjourn this meeting in his memory. And this meeting's adjourned. Thank you.